Dude, that'd be so cool.
So we're not gonna talk about this, right? No. Shh. Nobody say nothing. Don't tell them. No, nobody's gonna talk about that.
Ai, que ele. O celular. Sim, sim. Sorry, kitty.
To Washington now, and that shouting match between President Trump and Senator Bill Cassidy, who stood up to question the president on Iran as the president shot back, telling him to sit down. Tonight, more on the senator's side of the story and a CBS News exclusive. Senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe has details.
Louisiana Republican Senator Bill Cassidy got into a shouting match with President Trump in a private meeting Wednesday, telling him the administration hasn't been honest with the American people about the war with Iran.
If you're not telling me answers, I'm going to push for those answers.
This morning, Cassidy told Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan that Trump was upset that he and 3 other Republicans voted with Democrats to block any further U.S. military action against Iran without congressional approval.
So when the president was berating the 4 people that voted for the War Powers Act, frankly, I'm not there to be berated. And the president wasn't invited to dish out verbal abuse.
But that's what he did.
I raised my hand. I said, Mr. President, do you just want, is that a rhetorical question that you're asking why do we vote for it? Or are you really interested? He goes, I'm really interested. I stood up and I said, this is why. And I listed those objectives that I did not see being achieved and how the kind of endpoint of the war kept stretching out longer and longer. He began to speak over me. Unfortunately, I raised my volume to match his, and we spoke to each other like that. Or shall we say, spoke at each other, not to each other. Now, I shouldn't have lost my temper, nor should he. But, you know, my wife will tell you, every now and then my Irish temper gets the best of me.
The schism frustrates other Republicans who were hoping to spend this week touting passage of a bipartisan bill to provide more
She doesn't
affordable
have dinner ready by 7 o'clock. There will be hell to pay.
housing.
I want to focus on the fact that we are making headway.
You can ask my wife. She'll tell you how angry I am. She'll tell her twice. She'll tell you twice. Oh my God. You cute little kitty. You cute little kitty.
our economy back on track. I want to focus on these things, not these unforced errors that we're having to deal with.
And tonight, an update on the reflecting pool. A National Park Service official says in a new court filing, damage to the pool caused by a sharp knife occurred on
to the body, the whole thing starts beeping and it basically tells you to back away. Now, I instinctively backed away and there was an explosion, and when the explosion happened, the body disappeared. And it took me like 20 minutes of realizing, okay, maybe we shouldn't run away. So that was kind of the initial red flag, not to mention when I actually went to test it, it didn't really work on a lot of things. It can work on doors, but like chests and stuff, it has problems. Not to mention the mod author did comment on my video.
Forgot I wasn't mining. Oh, kitty.
There is one thing a lot of content creators lack online, and that is empathy. The ability to share and understand someone else's experiences or their perspective. There are some creators that have empathy, but they are few and far between. One example that comes to mind is Rice Gum, who would see these poor homeless people in Los Angeles, a place where there are multi-millionaires, and he would see them and think, I don't deserve this money. This person here is down on their luck. I'm going to try and support them and help them, because at least then they might have the chance of a future. But there's another creator that I've seen recently who has shown great amounts of empathy. This is one of the Lux Maxes, surprisingly. And no, I'm not talking about clavicular. I'm talking about androgenic. Now, his empathy is so high and through the stratosphere, like we are reaching Shane Dawson levels of empathy. It's gotten so bad that he's now being dubbed the woke clavicular. So in the clip, there's a girl that comes up to him and asks for a picture because, again, clavicular's content. He's walking around the streets of Australia because he's a true blue-blooded Aussie. Get in the car, Morty! Get in the fucking car! I mean, he used to patrol the streets of America with clavicular, but I'm gonna be honest here, I've always had this conspiracy theory that he was actually starting to outshine clavicular because, you know, he's actually pretty charismatic and he's incredibly self-aware, unlike clavicular. So I've always had this conspiracy theory that when he got bumped out of America and had to go back to Australia, he got the kick deal. He got an insane amount of money, basically, you know, hush money, if you will. But anyway, you know, tinfoil hat theories aside. Girl comes up to him, asks for a picture. They take the photo and he says, cheers, man. And the girl walks away pretty much unfazed. And then he realizes what he's done, turns to the camera, which I can only say is probably the top 5 reaction faces. And then mortified, realizing that he might have misgendered someone, he turns to the camera in what I can only describe as the white equivalent of the iShow speed face. I mean, it's not the same expression, but it does make a great reaction gif.
It's just a, yeah, sure. Awesome.
I love you.
Cheers, man. Fuck.
And then he walks back up to the girl and basically says, you know, I'm sorry for calling you a man.
I'm sorry, by the way. I didn't mean to call you a man. I did not mean to do that.
I don't mind.
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry about that. But have a lovely night.
And again, that's one of the reasons why I think clavicular and androgenic kind of parted ways, because I do think he really was starting to outshine clavicular here. And also as well, the fact that he was so nice about it, went up to the person to make sure that they're okay. Empathy? empathy? I've never heard of her. I mean, as well, the fact that he said man, it's like you can use the word man as like an interchangeable thing, I've noticed. I mean, I have trans friends and I'm like, you know, cheers, man. You know, not literally as a man, but the fact that he actually thought of that, you know, it's pretty respectable. And, you know, no one is like calling him a pussy over it. No one is saying, oh, like, who cares? Like, a lot of people are like, this genuinely put a smile on my face. I literally said the trans example, and that sounded like the same equivalent of I have black friends. Oh my God. Yeah, that's... Yikes. Androgenic has been moving in this direction of like kind of introspecting and stuff for quite a while, which is really interesting because most times you see people talk about certain philosophical topics and stuff. They usually have a Reddit account with about 200,000 karma attached to it, but he's been moving in this direction for quite a while. Like, for example, a bit ago, he made a video that was blowing up and he was basically saying that, you know, his experiences for women have increased his empathy for women tenfold.
Blowing up on social media has increased my empathy for women tenfold. Because my concerns used to be like avoiding loneliness and getting attention, and now they're like avoiding being assaulted or killed. And now I'm like, fuck, how did I not understand this shit before? I was actually stupid.
Now, the funny thing is about Androgenic, he has like a little quip, a one-liner, usually saying things along the lines of, the situation is fucked. Stay tuned.
The situation's truly fucked now. I'm not even joking. Stay tuned.
And the comment section has basically turned into things like, the situation is introspecting. Because if you remember, he was actually on an arc where he was getting a bunch of surgeries to himself. And again, I did cover this a fair month ago or so. Again, it was golden content. I just remember this one video where he was like wrapped in this band to keep his chin or jaw in place or something. And he just begins it by going, what the fuck is this?
What the fuck is this? Holy shit. I'm even more deformed than yesterday. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. He's doing like the opposite of me. It's like I put on a fake deep voice when I was younger. Now as he's getting older, he's just like faking the deep voice even more. And also with Androgenic's massively growing empathy and self-reflection, he made another video saying that he used to take rejection from women as cruelty. But now he understands that women have different concerns, like worrying if a man is a serial killer. Look, I'm going to be honest here. It's early steps, okay? He's trying, all right?
I used to take rejection from women as pure cruelty because I viewed things from a male value system lens, right? Like seeing there being essentially no downside for going for someone.
Why with the fake weave, he looks a little bit like Prince Charming from Shrek 2.
Stand like the female
Dude, he's got more feminine eyes than I do.
Biological mechanisms. She's the one who gets pregnant. She's the one who has to like donate her body for your child for 9 months, where she can potentially be, you know, damaged or even die from the pregnancy, right? So she has to factor that in. And she also has to worry about you not being a serial killer. Meanwhile, us in the caveman days, we could just impregnate like 100 women a day with no downside technically.
He's really trying. He's trying to introspect here. Just go look at the comments. The situation is improving. The situation is introspecting and it's improving. Also, Androgenic has had an insane amount of arcs. Again, like earlier, I already mentioned, he had the massive surgery arc where he just looked like a Teletubby the entire time. But then during that, he also had a separate side character arc, almost like kind of a Rick and Morty A and B story, you know, where Rick and Morty do something in the A story and then the B story is just Jeff, right? I just had to look up his name. It's Jerry Smith. It's not Jeff. That's just how little I cared about that character. I don't know why they're still doing B stories, man. We're on like season 9 now. But anyway, this side plot, he was just walking around with an anime wig on and he posted around 30 videos of him just wearing a wig. I'm not gonna lie, he pulls it off pretty well. He actually does. Massive respect there. The comment there. The situation is tact. The situation is beautiful. Someone also made the comment there saying whimsy maxing. Women actually have it so hard. No, you could be a serial killer, or they might find out you're a femboy that wears thigh-high socks. The situation is making me question my sexuality. And then during this introspective arc, he made another video saying that surely out of the 72 genders, there has to be one that at least mogs slightly harder than a man. I like as well on this one, the top comment. He also posted another video saying that he doesn't understand why people would want to work a job, and he hopes that AI takes all the jobs so no one has to work anymore. Now, I think I'm really trying from here. I think he's trying to again use that newfound empathy that he has to basically say that he hopes that we have a utopian society where no one has to work and everyone can just relax, fulfill their own visions, their own dreams, and not the actual thing that's happening right now where multi-billionaires are using AI to steal people's jobs.
Why do people want jobs to be created? Did they forget that jobs are pure suffering and that's why we get paid to do them? I hope AI takes every single job and that no one ever has to work ever again. The only reason we have jobs in the first place is because there's demand for them in order for society to function. So if AI filled that gap, then fuck, why would you ever choose to work again? Do you not have anything better to do?
So true. Androgenics, so true. I like how all the comments are basically just saying he's becoming a communist now. Bro just argued for communism. What's that one? I like how they just always laugh at this bit. The situation is looking into workers' rights. I like how half the people just keep posting like his hairline or something in his side profile. But yeah, honestly, you know, I've talked about Clavicular a lot and stuff before. He seems to be on like an introspective arc as well. Like that time he got into a fight with a club over, you know, workers being underpaid and stuff. Maybe, just maybe, the looks maxing community is starting to turn around.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women. And sex with men.
Now, you might remember from a recent video, I talked about a streamer called Blackboy Max, and he basically entirely crashed out on stream due to the negativity of his chat, which every streamer does, by the way, as a clip farm. You know, I've done it. Everyone does it. But this was an actual genuine crash out. Like, he was not happy.
And that type of shit bleeds into the Twitch chat. That shit bleeds into everywhere, bro. Niggas just being negative. I might come on that shit being goofy. I might come on this bitch. Y'all can call me corny. I don't give a fuck, bro. Y'all can call me whatever the fuck y'all want, but I come on this bitch to entertain y'all. Bro.
He should ask Gemini why he's so angry. Gemini, why am I crashing out on stream again? So, if you didn't understand why he was so angry, a lot of people were accusing him of being gay. You got someone there, very nice person, posting every single flag under the sun. What's that one? Lesbian? What? One of them is what's the bisexual one that isn't bisexual? Pansexual? I saw that someone made there's like a fat fetish pride flag as well that someone made, and it's colored like a chocolate cake, but I think it was a bit. I can't tell. Like, that is a real thing though. So again, Blackboy Max, he's getting ridiculed online because he's been acting a little bit zesty, and people are obviously playing into this a lot. Blackboy, I'm gonna be honest, man. You gotta grow up, seriously. Every single stream and every single video I do, people refer to me as like an egg that's cracked. I think there's like a trans thing. I'm not too sure, but they're basically saying like, I am trans, or I'm coming out as trans. I'm not trans. That's never going to happen. But still, it's like, you know, someone calls you like a queer or something. It's like, okay. I don't understand why he's getting so tilted over it. But there has been a pattern of events that people have started to document, because again, this is what happens on the internet. You get angry over something, people want to do it more to you to get that reaction. So there's been a lot of things going on for people to build up this profile that he's quote unquote zesty, as his community refers him to. So first of all, he got a vasectomy at a pretty young age. He got face piercings, which apparently is contributing to this. He's been also experimenting with his fashion, and he also got a massive tattoo that says diva across his ribs. I mean, I don't get it. Like this is literally stuff like Lil Nas X would do. Like what's the issue with that? You know, it's current year, who cares? But out of all of the things, what got the most amount of backlash was the diva tattoo. And then he tried to explain to stream, but probably mostly to himself, that getting diva tattooed on him doesn't necessarily have to be feminine. But of course, people on his fan base just were not buying it. I just like these comments, man. He's gay, isn't he, with the Boondocks gif? Nobody has once called a grown man a diva. Boy got sugar in his tank for sure. Now, again, the biggest issue that we have at the minute is nothing online is genuine anymore. I still really can't tell whether he is crashing out and actually getting angry, or this is just like the process of a very long and drawn out clip farm, because, you know, it's getting a lot of people to talk about him. I wouldn't be surprised either way, honestly, because again, most people, and I remember even Logan Paul talking about this at one point, you know, as much as people have an issue with him, he's still incredibly relevant. And he basically said the best currency in the world right now, well, more on the internet, is attention. And again, like, if you do all this kind of stuff and, you know, you get a tattoo, like, I would not be surprised if the guy got a tattoo saying diva, just to kind of bait people into thinking that he was gay as a clip farm. But again, that's just me, old head bitter, kind of just thinking that everyone's got like an ulterior motive, especially with how everyone's attention is fried at the minute. But, you know, I'm gonna be honest, if this is all genuine, that actually makes it kind of funny. But since the last video that I covered, Blackboy Max, this stuff has only continued. About a week and a half ago, he performed at the Summer Smash Festival, and he wore a pretty long wig. And then when he started his stream, his chat immediately started pressing him about it.
I know they pressing us.
Ah, that's dirty as hell, man. Come on. Hang on a minute.
I know they pressing us. We coming, man.
Nah, he's loving that hair. He's loving that hair. He's loving that hair. Wait a minute. Look, all right, I'm going to project a little bit here. There are multiple instances of me dressing up as a woman. I had the wig on and stuff. I get it. You want to touch that hair. Look. That's back when I did the Vanessa cosplay, okay? I get it. Black boy, it doesn't make you gay, all right? It doesn't make you gay. I promise. A bit gay. But I got to defend him on this one. It's not a coat, I promise. Now, you know, the little flick of the hair, all that stuff, obviously went viral, got shared everywhere. People immediately saying things like, my favorite non-binary transsexual underground streamer. Now, again, I've really tried to give him an out as many times as possible. And I'm still convinced that this is a pretty long clip farm because more people, I had never even heard about this guy before the whole kind of like zesty arc. But on stream, he basically asked, why are any women allowed to twerk? And then of course that led to his chat going absolutely crazy.
If I'm stroking the ground or doing some wild nut shit or twerking, why don't we twerk?
I'm just seeing the flags appear occasionally. Like even chat is cropped.
Now that I think about it, why is twerk a gender neutral dance?
Wait, where's the guy that just said you gay? It's like his own mom. It's like, son, I got nothing wrong with it. Just come out the closet already, all right? He is opening and closing the doors of that closet for about 20 minutes straight. The hinges are starting to get worn down.
Twerking is the only gender neutral dance.
Is that like Hippocrates thought, like come to you in a dream or something? Like what?
I'm tweaking? Bro, I'm not gonna lie. I never even thought about that shit. Like, that is the only gender neutral.
Why's he got a fursuit head? Oh, no. If he's got a fursuit head, it's not even up for debate. Nah, close this case. And then the next day, he posted a video wearing a long blonde wig. And then another streamer, Your Rage, posted this in the comments. Thought you was finna spread that pussy when you... By now, Black Boy is starting to clip farm a bit too close to the sun. He's starting to get some unfollows. So he basically coped and said that this was, it was all a bit, and he was actually cosplaying as Erling Haaland for the World Cup. But again, most people thought that he was just using this as an excuse to wear another wig. I like this one here. Fat Boy Max transitioning in real time during Pride Month. Vasectomy, wig, dermal piercing, butt reduction, diva tattoo. Why can't men twerk? So true. So true. It's a gender neutral expression. A little while ago, I talked about Tyson Streamer University, and now it's official, the applications are closed, which is very unfortunate for the amount of people that really did try with their applications. Like, dude, I'm not joking you, for about 2 weeks straight, my entire timeline was just people trying to apply to Streamer University, and a lot of them were just middle-aged wine mums, desperate to try and get in. That was AI art, very nice. Yeah, great. Why in Roblox as well? Yeah, you ain't getting in shit. 17,000. Oh my, look at the mark. I've never actually seen a worse ratio in my life for comments. Oh my god.
What's up? Hi, it's your girl. There is my aka Pumi, aka Pum Pum. And yeah, what's up? This is your...
I don't mean to be mean, but the glasses she has reminds me of like when I got a pair of 3D glasses for Shark Boy and Lava Girl when I was like 10. Yeah, that's a bit rough. The Intel logo. Bro, I got them Intel glasses. So he's trying to be in Streamer University. Yeah, I would make fun of that joke, but I'm 29, so... I've got like 350 or so days left for my life over, because I just turned 29. So, you know, it's not over for me yet. Pretty close to being over though. So again, back to the point, Streamer University applications are closed. So the hordes of people queuing up, most of them didn't even get seen to, as opposed to even getting in. You had like thousands of people lining up for these in-person auditions. Some people were even camping outside the night before. I would make a joke about that, about, you know, how sad that is. But then again, you got Pokemon scalpers, and that is a whole different ballpark. And apparently, over millions of people ended up applying online. And obviously, you want that spot in Streamer University. But the thing is, so do millions of other people. So you need to be desperate. Like, for example, this streamer, Snowcone, who said that Streamer University will do more for your life than getting into Harvard.
I'm not gonna like that. Streaming University will do more for your life than getting into Harvard. Now, I'm serious. This is not a good part. Streamer University has more opportunity to change your life than getting into Harvard.
I like how fucked streaming is now. If you have like an opinion, you gotta say it's not a clip pump.
I'm dead ass. I've never seen someone blow up and go into Harvard. I'm just be honest.
Natalie Portman did it.
Sub IQ.
Oh, so she was
Sub
Yale.
IQ. Yeah, we don't need doctors, dentists. We don't need physicists. Like, new science is boring. I want people clip farming. Yeah, I never seen people blow up from Harvard. Yeah, maybe because they're not constantly being posted on social media, apart from maybe when they take a picture once every 3 months for Instagram. They probably make a hell of a lot of money. But it's almost like they don't want their life being posted all over the internet. Could you imagine that, streamer? Could you imagine that? A world where there isn't a camera on you 24/7? Could you imagine it? See, the thing is, she was making a good point in the sense of virality and attention is currency. Because the thing is, Harvard has this scale, intelligence. Streaming has this scale, intelligence going down. I haven't seen anyone blow up since they went to Harvard. What do you want, like Oppenheimer 2? What do you want here? I don't understand. She was actually starting to make a good point as well, talking about, like, I guess the financial incentive, about how it comes with attention equals virality equals money equals sponsorships. But then it's just like, I haven't seen anyone blow up from Harvard. So I gotta finish this. I gotta commit to this now. It's like when Gandalf, Dumbledore from Harry Potter was like drinking that Horcrux. You've got to keep drinking.
Let's be honest. I've never seen someone become a top streamer from going to Harvard.
Okay, you're just clip farming now. Shut up. I haven't seen anyone become a top streamer from going to Harvard. Yeah, okay. It's just like you're trying to clip farm here and you don't even have the IQ to, like, border that area of sarcasm and irony. Jesus, man.
Streaming university does more for you than going to a school like Harvard. Not only that, but going to Harvard...
She's gonna say it's boring. Please don't say it's boring. Just mention how costly university is.
Cost is like $400K.
Lucky guess.
This is a waste of money, bro. That's one good month of streaming after Stream University. And you're gonna waste time going to Harvard? Fuck that. I'm not even clip farming.
You know that meme of, like, when it zooms in on a guy's head and just a vessel, blood vessel, just kills itself? Yeah, I feel that right now. I think the point to be made as well, like, the original Streamer University, most of the people that went to that fell off anyway. It's not like if you get in, you're guaranteed this huge career. Because technically, if you think about it, Kai Cenat does not want someone that will overtake Kai Cenat. Now, again, the applications, they're closed now, but the final in-person ones were happening in LA. And that was about as chaotic as you could expect. There was a mom that came in with her kids. And you would think that this was the mom being, you know, very heartfelt, like, I'm just going to take my kids, you know, to Kai Cenat, probably watches him, you know, huge fan, and it's going to be a wholesome interaction. No, she wanted to get into Streamer University, not even her kid. And then when Kai asks the kid if his mom should get in, the kid says no, so he just denies her straight away.
Hi.
You brought your son in here?
Sure did. Let me pause this, Elma. Sorry.
Come on, come. How you doing? Come on, go. Come on, boy. Come on.
It's more the fact that she wanted to get in herself. That is the worrying thing here. I thought it'd be some practical joke of like, let me bring my kid to be in like Streamer University or something, and I could be like the parent watching over. But no, she wants to get in.
What's your mama to be in here?
How you doing?
Hi.
Go ahead and sit down. You think your mom should be in university? No? Okay. No.
She was already reaching over for the selfie for the clout, man. And then the stamp comes in. Actual sneak attack there. That was worse than a Skyrim stealth archer build. Oh my god, that's rough. And then you had other people like Quenlin Blackwell and Lorray.
Quen Blackwell and Lorray. Why should you guys be in Streamer University?
You know me? We're not here to be students. We're here to help you.
Oh, explain further.
I feel like there's a lot of students here. It's a lot. It's very overwhelming. You need somebody to be an eye in the sky. You need some moles. So we're here to snitch with you.
What don't they have that we need? A butterfly?
That's not just a butterfly. It's rhymes so good.
What y'all here to be?
We're here to help you. Counselors, sex ed, PE. You want to see me do a push-up?
Get your ass up. Get up. Let me see. Quentin, what the fuck? Okay, get your... Quentin, get up. Quentin, get off. This is not to accept this or decline. This means I'll stay in touch.
And a lot of these people knew that they weren't getting in. They just wanted to get a clip farm themselves. Like, for example, Primate Page. Apparently that's a streamer name. She slipped and fell in a puddle.
Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, we gotta clean this up. Oh my gosh. She almost fell.
Almost fell.
She fell. Bye, chat. Oh my God, Paige.
Oh, check out the slides.
Are you okay?
Tell me it's time to take them
Oh my
off.
God. Let me go clean this up.
It's okay.
Okay, the tone slide saved you.
Ow, my toe. I'm good. Thank you. I'll see you at SU2.
And then during her audition, she revealed afterwards that it was a clip farm. Very good stuff. Now beat Clavicula's 10,000 clippers he has every single month.
Oh, get off, is it true? You take them off. I slipped like that, and then I purposely fell down the wall. I didn't fall onto the floor.
And then when Kai asked her why she should be let in, she responds by saying, who else is going to keep the freshman company? Which basically just made Kai completely break character. Now, who could be the most influential person you could think of to give a speech to build up the courage and confidence, ambition of all the people that actually got into streaming university? I've got it. The man that threw a shoe at a staged video for gambling. Yeah, you had Drake give a speech to the applicants. He's probably paid a lot of gambling shares and money, and it was all pre-recorded. He wasn't actually there. And he actually made a joke at Rakai's expense.
The next generation doesn't just want to hang out with you. The next generation wants to be a Duke or a Tylil or a Ray or a DDG.
Oh my God, I'm full.
There's a dean's note here that says the next generation does not want to be a Rakai.
Why did no one laugh? Are they scared Rakai's gonna like talk about them on stream or something? How much influence does that kid have? I like how you got all the new gens that just have to say Drake's age. He's 40. Drake, 40, by the way. He's reading a script, lol. Holy shit. Dude, I think we've found the first 400 IQ individual, and I'm not even talking about like an Among Us thumbnail. How did he know that? It's almost like the eye contact is towards the fucking script on the laptop. Whoa, my! How did he notice that intuition? Wow! Dude, you need to play Disco Elysium right now. No, actually, you know what? I think that game is too stupid for you. Fucking idiot. What are you, fucking 10? Comments actually piss me off. Now, there's been like actual celebrities, as in they were relevant, probably about like 15 years ago. Like, for example, Soulja Boy. He tried to get into streaming university, and he apparently got kicked out of the building at the Atlanta tryout. And in the clip, it looks like he's like faking a phone call and trying to stay nonchalant while he's being kicked out because that would look really embarrassing for him. The caption is so sad, man. Soulja Boy pretends to be on the phone after being kicked out of Kai Cenat's streaming university. What is his phone? It looks like he's on a fucking Game Boy Color. Dude, I saw the phone for a second. He's literally just flipping through apps. That, or he's trying to like quickly do like some Tinder matches. So I've watched the entire clip. It is really, really boring. But he gets kicked out the building. He's still on his phone, and then he just meets the guy from One Piece.
That rocket launcher like one shot these guys.
Great stuff, Soulja Boy. Amazing as always. Now, he claims that another streamer, DDG, called Kai Cenat to get Soulja Boy kicked out. Though he might just be mad because DDG, the streamer, said that he's been saving his money because he doesn't want to go out like Soulja Boy.
DDG, you is a bitch. On my mama, you a bitch. You gonna call Kai Cenat and tell them you scared for your life. Don't let Soulja Boy in the building.
So people are claiming that Soulja Boy has also been view-botting his streams after being rejected from Streamer University. And apparently he suddenly jumped up out of nowhere to 10,000 concurrent viewers after averaging like 500 or so viewers per month. And in the clip, you can see his chat is just not moving at all, right? So that's the same guy 3 times. And then one guy here, he's got 10K. Chat moving, chat moving. It's the same guy 4 times. Keep them W subs coming. Yeah, you know what? He might actually be botting, guys. I don't know. This poor, that's probably an actual person as well, just from the laser. Maybe it's just him like tapping out and he's like, I'm gonna make sure this explodes, bro. So in retaliation to being rejected from Streamer University, his ego was hurt. So now he wants to start his own Streamer University, and he's calling it rapperuniversity.net, which is accepting at the minute 1-minute video applications,
like
just like Kai's Streamer University.
I was the first rapper to be a dean and a motherfucking professor. Come on now, I'm here to teach y'all the game, man. Teaching y'all how to turn y'all followers into a community. Rapper University. Man, come to Rapper University, ain't none of that regular cafeteria. I'm gonna need y'all to field your brain. And then he say, field your brain. to see you on campus at Rapper University.
So far, though, it doesn't really seem like it's came to fruition, and much like all of his other schemes, it's probably not going to. Now, he has been making tweets to promote it, posting them very quickly, and then deleting them after being clowned for it pretty much immediately after. This is a great one here. I'm giving one creator $250 this month to invest in their dream. Tell me what you're building. Hashtag Rapper University. I mean, Soulja Boy has done like a bunch of other things as well that people have just said are scams. Like, for example, the Soulja Boy console, which I think was just a reskin of like an already existing console that just came with a bunch of like games installed on it. Now, one thing that I personally know Soulja Boy for, and I'm never going to let it go, is this amazing video here, which is titled Jonathan Blow Crying in a Dark Room After Soulja Boy Misunderstanding Braid. So the entire context here is there's a guy called Jonathan Blow. He worked on this video game called Braid that came out years and years ago. It was really ahead of its time. It was like kind of an inverse version of Mario where like secretly you're the bad guy. There was some time travel mechanics. Again, for its time when it came out, really good. The guy basically worked on it mostly in isolation, and it just cuts to a clip of Soulja Boy not understanding how deep the game is compared to how the creator Jonathan Blow imagined it to be. And then the documentary just cuts to him being sat in a dark room.
Not that many people understood, and that was a little bit heartbreaking in a way. It's like, oh, I visualized that I was going to have some kind of connection with people through this game, and they think it's great, but the connection isn't there because they're kind of living in a different world still. So they think it's great.
It's just how much heart and soul he put into the game, and you could just hear Soulja Boy laughing in the background.
For some of the reasons that I do, but not for other.
And they ain't got no point to the game. You just walk around.
They're not seeing
no point to
that. That's humanity for you. You know, everything isn't for everyone.
There's no point to the game. And then just him in the dark room. What the fuck? This has to be an SNL bit. Like, like there's literally so many themes in that game where like you're actually, you think you're the good guy, then you find out that you're actually the bad guy again. I know it's not like an original trope, but back then, the game's like 15 or so years old. Pretty ahead of its time to an extent. It's got Soulja Boy being like, there's no point to the game. So I've stuck this at the end of the video because Critical already beat me to it. But by the time you're seeing this, the GTA 6 pre-orders are already available, and there's a lot of information, pricing as well. So the standard edition is going to cost $80, and the ultimate edition will cost $100. This is USD, burger people money, not AUD. I know I'm in Australia at the minute, but the Australian dollar is just a meme currency. Like, you have so little value in it, it's insane. It might as well basically be like Vietnamese dong or something. And that $100 is the ultimate edition, which will, again, probably just give you like a car that will be outdated in about 1 month into the game because they'll release an even better car, gun, cosmetics, and it's just all the same stuff you get in every other game. Now, generally, a lot of people didn't really seem too upset about the pricing of the game because this is the direction that AAA games seem to keep going, and the game itself obviously has an insane amount of hype. But what people are angry about is apparently a certain amount of content is actually locked behind the ultimate edition. This includes items, vehicles, weapon customizations, in-game stores, just all that kind of stuff. I mean, honestly, I'm not going to glaze Rockstar here or anything, but if an Ultimate Edition gives you something else than just the same gun, but now it's gold or purple, you actually get content, that's really interesting. I remember like Far Cry 2 would do this as well. I know this is a really weird comparison, but Far Cry 2 had this add-on that you can get that added like a shotgun, the silent shotgun, literally the shotgun from No Country for Old Men, the one that Anton Chigurh ends up using. But then it also added some side missions as well. They weren't like anything great. It was just go here, kill a guy. The exact same as pretty much all of Far Cry 2. That's why I've been holding off doing a video on it for so long, because even though some of the mechanics are really good, the game itself is very, very tedious. I don't really see a problem if there's an extra price tag if you're actually getting more content and not in the
I love Far Cry 2. That's a great game.
way of like, GTA Online, you get like a one-hit kill Gauss rifle that will just terminate everybody, and you have to pay real life money to get that. Stuff like that's scummy, but I'm pretty sure they're not going down that route. I mean, it says here you've got 15 items that unlock with each story chapter. I mean, what is that? Is that going to be like a car? Is that going to be a gun attachment? Or is that just going to be like, could you imagine if you paid for the Ultimate Edition and all that you get is just like a shelf in one of your houses, and it's just like a bunch of collectibles that slowly appear higher over time. I wouldn't be surprised if they did that. Oh my God, I paid $100. Now I got a bobblehead. Yeah, great stuff. You get a car. I'm really going to be honest here. I don't care about the cars. I really don't. I understand people that do, but it is just like, what is the point? Because I remember like in early GTA Online, the end game was just getting a tank, a jet, or one of those like flying bikes where you could just like harass people online with. A weapon locker, so it's just another safe zone. Exclusive hair salon. Well, that's going to be pointless because if I'm getting that game, the first thing I'm doing is the Dark Souls route of like sticking a mask or a helmet over them. I'm not mentally ill, you are. Exclusive tattoo shop. I never understand stuff like this. I really don't, because again, you know, it's like end game in GTA Online. Most people just, even in the single player, most people just end up making their character just look like they're the Juggernaut from like MW2 or something like that. So yeah, I'm looking at the list here, and the thing is, all of it on its own is pretty mid. It's just like, oh, you get a car. Oh, you get like a revolver. And it's just, you know, but at the same time, the list is so ridiculously extensive that basically if you're not getting the $100 version, you are going FOMO. Like you are getting that feeling of missing out 100%. And then the next thing that people got annoyed about is a lot of people still like to physically go into stores to buy their games. You know, the experience of that. But then the physical version of the game actually won't even include a disc. It will just be a download code inside of the box. Now, some of the reactions here were pretty funny. Like this guy saying Rockstar Games, and it was a tweet saying, one day Kanye will release an empty CD album and tell his fans to imagine the music. They'll be like, I hear it. And again, as well, you're calling it a physical version when it's not. I mean, what's the technicality there? Well, you get a little card with the code on it, so technically it's physical because the card's real. I mean, you're basically paying $80 for a box with a piece of paper in it. Like that, I get it. You still get the game, but like there's just something really comedic about that. But yeah, what do I think? The GTA 6 situation is absolutely fucked. Stay tuned. The shaving situation is absolutely fucked. One day I will shave normally. One day. Like, dude, I'm so screwed with my shaving because it's like I need to let this heal for like 4 days. But I still want to shave every day, so I literally have to grow facial hair to be able to shave it. Blood mustache son or mustache daughter? Like, which one do you pick?
Yeah, I was starting this, but I didn't get into it.
Good evening. Welcome to the News Hour. The fight to rescue the stranded, care for the living, and retrieve the dead accelerated today in Venezuela, following 2 major earthquakes that struck near the capital city of Caracas. The damage in places appears catastrophic.
The U.S. and other nations are mobilizing relief efforts to assist the government there. The Americans deposed and removed Venezuela's longtime leader in January. The initial death toll stands at nearly 200, but that number is expected to rise sharply. The U.S. Geological Survey estimates that a disaster of this scope may have killed as many as 10,000 people. Stephanie Tsai begins our coverage.
The earth is still shaking, and this man calls out for his mother, filming himself and the immediate panic that breaks out when the ground beneath his neighborhood gives way. At Simon Bolivar International Airport, debris crashed down on travelers, the violent tremor destroying this section of the terminal. In La Guaira, the hardest-hit state, homes in this densely populated coastal community rendered to their foundations. Ceilings turned into floors. Back-to-back earthquakes, the strongest in more than a century, hit northern Venezuela close to the capital Caracas Wednesday afternoon. A 7.2 magnitude quake, and less than a minute later, a stronger 7.5 striking the same spot, leaving the land and its people devastated. This mother of 3 was separated from her 8-year-old.
I'm desperate. I just want to know where my son is, whether he's trapped or at a shelter. I'm desperate.
This man says he lost everything, his apartment, his vehicles, and possibly neighbors.
Ahí hay personas dentro, me imagino.
I imagine there were people trapped inside who couldn't get out. It was devastating. Thank God we're alive.
A state of emergency has been declared across the country. With thousands reported missing, rescue teams are searching for signs of life, people, and yes, pets.
Ven, tómate poquito. Ya, no quiero más. Señora! Señora, hable!
This eyewitness video captures panicked voices beneath the rubble, calling out to rescuers.
Ahí está hablando.
Jesús! The needs are overwhelming, too much to shoulder alone. Neighbors band together in search of loved ones, spotted. The grasping fingers and faint calls of a woman trapped.
When we heard the scream, there was nothing we could do. God willing, they rescue her as soon as possible.
This woman pleads for help. 2 generations of her family are missing.
I lost my daughter, my grandson, and my granddaughter, who was due to be born in a month. Please help me find my daughter and see if she's under the rubble, please.
Their most immediate need right now is search and rescue efforts.
Today, Secretary of State Marco Rubio pledged to send teams from the U.S. and even the Department of Defense to assist response missions.
We're already deploying a search and rescue teams from Fairfax County, Virginia, and Los Angeles. We have an whole of government response. It'll be big, it'll be fast, and it'll be effective.
And the State Department said the U.S. is sending $150 million to aid groups on the ground. In turn, acting president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, offered gratitude to the U.S. amid shifting ties between the two countries.
Quiero agradecer al presidente Donald Trump.
I want to thank President Donald Trump and his administration, who have been in constant contact with the Venezuelan government, with all our authorities providing support, solidarity, and in the first hours, we will be receiving rescuers.
World leaders from Mexico to Spain are also surging aid to the disaster-stricken country. For the rattled residents of Venezuela, it can't come soon enough. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Stephanie Sy.
Venezuela's neighbor to the west, Colombia, was shaken by its own earthquake yesterday, but nothing near the scale of the Venezuelan tremors. Special correspondent Monica Villamizar is in the Colombian capital of Bogota. She has long experience reporting in Venezuela, and she joins us now. Monica, it's good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
It's great to be here, Amna.
So this was an absolutely devastating earthquake in Venezuela. Just tell us what you're learning about the scale of the damage and what you're hearing from people inside Venezuela right now.
I have a whole documentary crew on the ground, and thankfully they're safe. But I can tell you, Abna, that what we are hearing is that the devastation is likely to be way more severe than the reports, the official reports we're seeing. Communications are disrupted, to say the least, and that means that the statistics regarding the injured casualties are not reliable at this point in the capital, Caracas, a capital of 3 million people. And a lot of the buildings there, Amna, are very old. I can tell you that by experience. They do not follow the code or seismic regulations. So the ones that are still standing are very frail, some of those, and they can also collapse if there are aftershocks. And as we know, there have been aftershocks.
As you all know from covering these kinds of disasters in the past, these first 24, 48 hours are absolutely critical when it comes to search and rescue. What else are you hearing in terms of the challenges for the first responders, and where's the greatest need right now?
Well, that's a great question. And we are hearing reports that the early emergency warning system did not work. So people did not know what to do. And then there was the aftershock, very strong aftershock indeed. So that could have saved lives. Maybe, as you know, covering so many earthquakes, these early warning systems do make a difference. And sadly, this did not work, apparently. We understand, and there are reports that people in neighborhoods have not seen a single ambulance or emergency rescue worker. So that, again, is very worrying. The critical challenges that you ask, well, Venezuela is a very polarized society right now. However, we're hearing that there's a lot of solidarity, people helping neighbors, digging themselves, helping dig through the rubble to find their loved ones. One thing to bear in mind, Abna, is that about 8 million people have left Venezuela, so the diaspora now too. a lot of anxiety because families have been separated and they do not know what happened to their loved ones. The internet is down, communications and that are down, and in the other hand, they're seeing some of the social media videos that are, really quite frightening and that we saw in your reporting.
And as we've been covering, there was so much economic and political instability before this tragedy. This is, of course, where the U.S. had gone in and arrested the former president, Nicolas Maduro, earlier this year. What did all that mean for how this country can now respond to the emergency?
Absolutely. As you say, and what people are telling me is, look, we've been hit by a political crisis, economic crisis. Let's remind our viewers that only yesterday there was news that Venezuela has one of perhaps the largest sovereign debts in the world. So a very dire situation. And now this natural disaster on top of it all. We know Delcy Rodriguez has said and asked for help from other countries, and the U.S. and the State Department has pledged that some people are already on their way. This help is much needed because it's a very challenging situation on the ground. There's a
Yeah, we
security
just
situation.
toppled your government. It's probably the least we can do.
A lot of crime in Venezuela, and the gangs and colectivos, which are like armed
I'm sure this is a really good time for your government to be toppled.
civil militias loyal to the regime, control entire neighborhoods. So that's going to maybe hamper efforts. And we're already hearing reports from La Guaira that there is some looting.
Special correspondent Monica Villamizar joining us from Bogota, Colombia tonight. Monica, thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Poor Venezuela.
The U.S. Supreme Court handed down 4 major decisions today, including rulings that clear the way for the Trump administration to end deportation protections for many Haitians and Syrians and allow officials to continue turning back asylum seekers at the southern border.
The justices also ruled that Monsanto cannot be held liable in thousands of lawsuits over its weed killer Roundup, and it struck down a Hawaii gun law in a decision that could have implications for similar laws in other states. NewsHour Supreme Court analyst and SCOTUS blog co-founder Amy Howe joins us now to help unpack the rulings. Amy, it's great to have you here. So let's start with immigration. The court, as Amna said, they ruled that the Trump administration can revoke temporary protected status for Haitians and Syrians. The administration moved to end it last year, and now you have the court siding with them. What more should we know about this case?
So this was an interesting case because the court didn't actually weigh in on whether then Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem was properly ended the designations for Haiti or Syria. What the Supreme Court said was that there was a provision in the statute that created the temporary protected status program that bars courts from even weighing in on the Secretary's decision to designate a country for TPS status or to end the designation. And Justice Alito, in his decision, said that applies to the claims by the Haitian and Syrian nationals. They had argued that they weren't challenging her decision, the substance of her decision, that they were challenging whether or not she'd complied with some of the procedural requirements of the statute. For example, this statute requires the Secretary of State to consult with other agencies before she makes that determination. But Justice Alito said that that is part of the determination, and generally the recipients of the TPS program can't challenge that. There was also a separate claim by the Haitian TPS beneficiaries that the decision to end the protections for Haiti were based on what's known as racial animus. Some of your viewers may remember some of the baseless claims by President Donald Trump about Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, eating pets of the residents of that town. And the Haitian TPS beneficiaries had pointed to those kinds of comments and said that the decision to end TPS status was based on racial animus. And Justice Alito said that it was not based on racial animus.
There's another immigration case I want to ask you about. This involves the practice of what's called metering, whereby U.S. border authorities physically turn people back at the border before they can set foot on U.S. soil and ask for asylum. The challengers said that that still counts as arriving under the asylum statute, but the court's conservative justices disagreed. How did they see it?
Yeah, so Justice Alito said that, and Justice Sonia Sotomayor, in her dissenting opinion, this really came down to how you interpret the phrase arriving in the United States. And Justice Alito said, if you look at the ordinary meaning, arriving in the United States means that you physically have entered the United States. And he said nobody would say if a football player is tackled at the 1-yard line that he has arrived in the end zone. And Justice Sotomayor said, the meaning of arrived in can mean that you are about to enter somewhere. And she had her own example. She said, if you land at Washington Reagan National Airport and you call a friend and you say, I am arriving in Washington, D.C., you're not actually in Washington, D.C., because you're in Virginia, which is where the airport is located. But everybody knows that counts as arriving in Washington, D.C.
Another case, another major ruling involved Monsanto, as we said, the manufacturer of the weed killer Roundup. This was a 7-2 ruling, and they said that the company cannot be sued for failing to put a cancer warning on Roundup. We're going to talk in more detail later in the broadcast about the implications, but how did they get to that? How did they get to that point?
Yeah, so this is what's known as preemption, the idea that federal law can trump state law. So the plaintiff in this case, John Durnell, had sued Monsanto for not including a cancer warning on the label. There's a federal law called FIFRA, the Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act, that gives the EPA the power to regulate the labeling of pesticides. And it also includes what's called a uniformity requirement. It said states can't include additional or different requirements on labels. And so what the Supreme Court said was that when Durnell brought his claim under Missouri law, saying that Monsanto should have included this cancer warning, that conflicted with the federal requirement, because the EPA said this is the label, Monsanto, that you need to use, and federal law trumps state law.
In the 30 seconds we have left, how might other states be affected by this Hawaii gun law?
So the Hawaii gun law, there are 4 other states, California, New York, New Jersey, and Maryland, that have similar laws that require you to obtain permission, even if you're a licensed gun owner, before bringing your gun onto private property. And so it's not a lot of states, but certainly California, New York, New Jersey, Maryland, that's a lot of people. And so those laws, under the Supreme Court's ruling today, would also face being unconstitutional.
Amy Howe, thanks as always for your insights and analysis. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, to discuss the impact of today's immigration rulings, we turn now to Doris Meisner. She served as a top official at the Immigration and Naturalization Service under President Reagan and led it under President Clinton. She's now a senior fellow at the Migration Policy Institute. Doris, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Let's start with that ruling on asylum seekers in particular. That metering process, I have seen that firsthand under the first Trump administration at the border. The court says the administration can continue to stop people, migrants at the border, from seeking asylum. What's your response to that? What's the impact of that right now?
Well, the impact of that right now is very little. It's pretty moot. I mean, this is a practice that started back at the end of the Obama administration. It's had its ups and downs in terms of the numbers of people coming across the border, but the Trump administration has entirely shut it down. So at this point, it's making a point in the law that should circumstances like this arise again, the government would be in its rights of doing so. But it has it's not going to make much difference at the present time.
I want to play for you a little bit of sound from White House's Stephen Miller, who reacted to that ruling, and he had this to say about asylum seekers. Take a listen.
In every case, they're either criminals, benefit seekers, economic migrants, welfare seekers, et cetera, they're coming to join family members and so forth. But the good news for them is that you have other countries willing to take them.
Doris, is that an accurate description of who is arriving at the U.S. southern border, and are there other countries for them to go to seek asylum?
Well, they're a mixed population, and that's what makes it very difficult. If there were one thing, then it would be quite easy to decide how to process. But these people coming during this period of time have all kinds of claims or non-claims. And so the difficulty is for the government to disaggregate and decide who legitimately is an asylum seeker, who legitimately might have a reason for entering, and who should be turned back. So, this is painting with a very, very big brush.
I've heard this claim from Border Patrol officials, advocacy groups, that when legal pathways close, migrants seeking asylum or seeking safety will often turn to more dangerous pathways. Cartels can even charge more money, for example. Is that an unintended possible consequence here?
That's a part of law enforcement along the border, and it's a part of any law enforcement. It's kind of a balloon effect. You do something in one place, it's going to pop out in a different place. But I have to say that right now, I think that it's less likely because there is so much enforcement taking place. So many resources have been poured into border enforcement and into immigration enforcement overall that I'm not at all sure that we will see any real shift. The numbers are very low, and there's a combination of things that are going on. I mean, this administration has had a very, very clear view that is based on a presidential priority for mass deportations, as well as all kinds of other enforcement practices that are creating a deterrent effect. And there is really no willingness in this administration at this point to try to disaggregate legitimate claims from migrants in general.
I want to turn now to the ruling that allows the administration to end protected status for migrants from Haiti and from Syria. And I want to play for you what a man named Villador Sanville, who was himself a TPS holder, a Haitian immigrant, a pastor, and director of the Haitian Support Center in Springfield, Ohio, said in response.
Families are here, and kids are going to school, parents are going to work, folks going to commute, and as if like the Supreme Court just put all those activities and stuff and put folks in limbo. And this is so sad for us to see happening in a country such as USA.
Meanwhile, Doris, the general counsel for DHS tweeted saying that the T in TPS stands for temporary. Yet when many of these designations become de facto amnesty, he called it a win for the rule of law and common sense. What do you make of that?
Well, temporary is supposed to be temporary. That is what it's stated in the statute. But at the same time, the reality on the ground is that country conditions in some of these very, very troubled places of the world don't just turn around in 6 months or 18 months. And so you have here, I mean, when you think of the nationalities, this is the decision that really will affect people in terms of what the Supreme Court's cases today were. We have about 350,000 Haitians right now that are in temporary protected status, 6,000 Syrians. This decision allows the administration to withdraw temporary protected status from remaining 13 countries. They include Afghanistan, Venezuela. So a lot of people have been here for a long time. It's true that the temporary stretches out, but at the same time, returning those people in countries of that level of danger is a very, very serious matter. And so if you think in March, about a year ago, March right after this administration came in, we had about 1.3 million people on temporary protected status of one sort or another from many countries around the world. By probably about November this year, if the government follows through, which we have every reason to think, there will be none. And that is a very, very consequential decision.
It's a remarkable shift. Doris Meisner of the Migration Policy Institute, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
As reported earlier, in a 7-2 ruling today, the U.S. Supreme Court sided with the manufacturer of the weed killer Roundup. The decision overturns a jury award to a man who said more than 2 decades of exposure to Roundup caused him to develop a type of blood cancer. The ruling is expected to block thousands of similar lawsuits across the country. Joining us now is Dr. Shadi Nathan, a medical oncologist and the author of Toxic Exposure, the true story behind the Monsanto trials and the search for justice. He also served as a key expert witness in 3 of the first Monsanto trials. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Jeff, for having me.
So Roundup is one of the most widely used herbicides in the country, used on more than 300 million acres of U.S. farmland and sold since the 1970s. We can walk into a home improvement store right now and buy a bottle. What does the science tell us about the potential health risks?
We've learned a lot about Roundup and its active ingredient glyphosate over the years. Mainly, it's linked to carcinogenicity and the ability to cause cancer, and specifically non-Hodgkin lymphoma. The IARC, the International Association on Research on Cancer, in 2015 labeled glyphosate, the main ingredient of Roundup, as a probable human carcinogen, based on published data, peer-reviewed literature, based on animal studies, toxicology studies, as well as epidemiological studies. So we know today, in 2026, way more than what we knew back then in the 70s and 80s when Roundup came to market. But the most important part that we know is it's linked to carcinogenicity, and specifically non-Hodgkin lymphoma, which is the blood cancer that you were referring to earlier.
So the EPA, when it says that Roundup does not cause cancer if used properly, and they didn't require Monsanto, which was later acquired by Bayer, to have a warning label, what are they basing that on?
I think it's important to look at the entire picture. The EPA usually looks at the evidence that is available to them at the time, and often that evidence is presented to them and supplied by the manufacturer of the herbicide or the pesticide. And of course, the evidence changes. The evidence evolves. Science changes and science evolves. We know today way more things than what we knew many years back. So the EPA really relies on the evidence that was presented to them. But one of the most important things to know that, just to give you an example, one of the papers that the EPA relied on was retracted just recently. Several months ago, it was a paper that was authored by Williams and colleagues, and that paper was retracted because of ethical concerns and research misconduct. This is the paper that continues to be cited by everyone that says glyphosate is safe and Roundup is safe. So if the paper that everybody says is good paper and this is something that's safe gets retracted because we don't know the integrity of it, and the EPA relied on it at the time, then there's a problem. Why was the paper retracted? Because of the litigation trials, because of what surfaced in courts, because of these lawsuits that actually brought this paper to light.
In a statement to the NewsHour after today's ruling, Bayer said this in part: the U.S. Supreme Court decision is good for science, farmers, and industries that depend on regulatory clarity for innovation. It should help significantly contain the Roundup litigation after nearly a decade of legal battles. So what are the larger implications here?
I think there's a legal aspect of this which I cannot comment on because I don't have the legal expertise. But from a scientific and a medical perspective, as someone who has treated and cared for hundreds and hundreds of patients with lymphoma, it is important for us to identify and know the causes of this disease if we can. Many times we can't. Many times the patient has a disease and they ask, why do I have it? And we don't have an answer. But if we're able to identify a cause, and if there's a possibility that a compound like this is causing cancer and is hurting people, it is our obligation to not have it available to the general public. And look, I mean, again, we all know that 50, 60 years ago, we thought tobacco was safe, didn't we? We actually had doctors and smoking. We had people smoke in the hospitals. There are pictures of this online. So we know today that it's not. So it's okay to admit that we know today more than we did before, but I believe the nihilistic approach to ignore the evidence and to say, well, it's very safe, do whatever you want with it, and nothing to worry about. It's just not true.
Dr. Shadi Nabhan, thanks again for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
In the day's other headlines, a top official at the National Park Service says the liner of Washington, D.C.'s famous reflecting pool was cut with a knife or razor earlier this month. In a court filing, the deputy director for operations, Frank Land, says the cut damaged the foam sealant that was installed as part of the site's $16 million renovation. President Trump has blamed unidentified vandals for peeling paint found in the pool, but officials have not named anyone who may have been involved. And one expert told the PBS NewsHour that the type of sealant in question is usually puncture resistant. Turning now to the ongoing heat in Europe, the UK has set a record for the hottest day ever recorded for the month of June. For a second day,
the planet's getting hotter in my lifetime, really fast. I wonder if my older years are gonna fucking suck dick. Cause like, everything's gonna be so hot that we have to keep the air conditioner running like all year round, and they start charging us money, like all our money for that. It's gonna be insane. I don't know, I get worried a little bit sometimes.
In a row, that's as people desperately wait for relief.
It's not good, it's awful. They're climbed last month, record temperature, climbed yesterday, record temperature, climbing today, record temperature, you know? They've extended the heat wave till Friday for the red warning, so it's not good.
Britain's weather service has issued its highest heat warning covering much of southeastern England, including London, where temperatures could reach 100 degrees and break more records tomorrow. More than a dozen countries are under heat alerts as forecasters predict the heat dome over the continent will shift the heat east to places like Austria, Croatia, and Serbia. In Spain, authorities estimate that more than 200 people may have died as a result of the high temperatures. In Boston, a federal judge today halted President Trump's executive order, which aimed to regulate mail-in voting and create a federal voter list. In her ruling, Judge Indira Talwani sided with nearly 24 states in finding that, quote, the Constitution does not grant the president any specific powers over elections. Her decision would apply to the November midterms, though the White House plans to appeal. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says the detention center known as Alligator Alcatraz is closing, claiming that it has, in his words, served its purpose.
It has helped remove many, many dangerous people from the street and get them out of not only the state of Florida, but the United States of America.
In a press conference today, DeSantis said at least 21,000 people were deported through the facility since it opened last year. It was seen as critical to the Trump administration's efforts to remove those here illegally, and the president himself visited last year. But immigration advocates say the center was neither safe nor humane, and detainees described dire living conditions and poor access to lawyers. The WNBA handed down a one-game suspension today to Alyssa Thomas after reviewing Wednesday night's game and issuing a flagrant foul penalty. The league said Thomas recklessly pressed her fist to the throat of Caitlin Clark during the second quarter of the Phoenix Mercury's win over the Indiana Fever. No foul was called on the floor at the time. Thomas will serve the suspension during the team's next game Saturday against the Toronto Tempo. The decision comes after widespread criticism of the officiating, including from Indiana coach Stephanie White, who in comments after the game called it egregious. Clark's supporters have criticized what they see as overly physical play against the Indiana Fever star since she entered the WNBA in 2024. In economic news, an important measure of inflation spiked to its highest level in 3 years last month. The Commerce Department said consumer prices rose to 4.1% in May when compared to last year, due largely to a spike in gas prices. That's about twice the Fed's preferred level, meaning a possible interest rate hike this year remains on the table. Meantime, on Wall Street today, stocks drifted to a mixed close. The Dow Jones Industrial Average added about 70 points, but the NASDAQ lost more than 100 points, or almost 0.5%. The S&P 500 ended virtually unchanged. And David Clayton Thomas, the lead singer of Blood, Sweat, and Tears, has died.
Catch a painted pony, left us spinning.
Oh, yeah.
Split with the group in 1972 and went on to release more than a dozen solo albums. His publicist said he died Wednesday in Toronto. David Clayton Thomas was 84. Still to come on the NewsHour, the U.S. seeks to reassure Gulf allies as the Strait of Hormuz is shut down again. A new national effort is underway to help workers make a successful transition to an AI economy. And the country's oldest hospital turns a historic building into a new museum to preserve its rich history.
This is the PBS NewsHour from the David M. Rubenstein studio at WETA in Washington, headquarters of PBS News.
Today, a U.S. official confirmed to the NewsHour that Iran fired a drone that hit a container ship in the Strait of Hormuz, and traffic through the strait has largely stopped. The strike came as Secretary of State Marco Rubio visited the Persian Gulf to try and reassure the American allies there that any agreement with Iran will protect their security. Nick Schifford reports.
Today, the world's most important oil choke point is once again closed. Hundreds of ships at a standstill in the strait after a U.S. official confirms that off the coast of Oman, an Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps drone struck a Singapore-flagged cargo ship. The ship sustained damage but kept sailing, and there were no casualties, except for the momentum to open the strait. The UN says before today, more than 50 ships left the strait this week under a new UN Oman mechanism. But today, the UN Maritime Organization Organization's Secretary General, Senor Dominguez, said in a statement, "I have decided to temporarily pause its implementation in order to reconfirm that the necessary safety guarantees continue to be in place." Earlier today, Iranian state media warned that ships must coordinate with Iran and use a route through the strait closest to Iran's coast in orange, instead of a route pushed by the U.S., Oman, and the UN near Oman's coast in yellow.
If ships are moving as they should be moving, then that's what we're going to judge and that's what we're going to react to.
Earlier today, Secretary of State Marco Rubio warned that the U.S. would never accept Iran closing the strait. He's in Bahrain visiting the Gulf Cooperation Council.
Today, we see a glimmer
to try and reassure the U.S.'s Gulf allies that the U.S.-Iran negotiations will protect their security. After they bore the brunt of Iran's wartime assaults.
There is no part of this deal that's undertaken that in any way undermines the security, the stability, or the prosperity of any of our partners in the Gulf region.
And tonight, the Gulf Cooperation Council released a joint statement with the United States, emphasizing the importance of the strait reopening without any Iranian tolls and calling for restrictions on Iran's missiles and proxies. But those are two issues not addressed by the U.S.-Iran Memorandum of Understanding. To discuss today's drone strike and whether the Gulf and the region are reassured by Secretary Rubio's trip, I'm joined by Hussein Ibish of the Arab Gulf States Institute. Hussein Ibish, thanks very much. Welcome back to the NewsHour. Let's start with this drone strike that we saw in the Strait. Is this Iran reminding everyone of its leverage as these negotiations proceed?
That's exactly what it is. It's a pure power flex. It's a message saying, hey, you know how easy it is for us to hit a ship? We can do it in a way where we don't sink the ship and we don't kill anybody, but we do strike it. Haha, you know, what more could we do if we wanted? It's really easy. It's drones. It's cheap. We can produce them for $10,000, $20,000 each and just keep chugging them out. So you're at our mercy. That's the Iranian message here. And it's really very disconcerting to see them doing that at a time when they are supposed to be lifting restrictions on shipping in the Strait of Hormuz rather than reinforcing a sense of fear and intimidation, which is what they're doing.
And it's not only reinforcing fear and intimidation when it comes to what I just asked about, just its own leverage, but does it also reinforce the concern that Gulf Arab allies of the United States already had about how these talks?
Very much so. Look, they feel they were against the war. They felt they would be hit. They felt it would go badly. They didn't think it was thought through. They didn't trust Trump's judgment, honestly, and they've been proven right on all of those points so far. Now they're looking at a situation where Iran is strategically strengthened in many ways, even though it's been battered and to some extent militarily. Strategically, it's in a better place. It really learned to use its power in the Strait of Hormuz and potentially through the Houthis in Yemen, their allies, the Bab el-Mandab Strait, which could cut off the Red Sea and the Suez Canal.
They allow you to fast travel to a machine finally in Borderlands 4, and I never really thought about it that way, but it is like you can fast travel to the machine now when you're full, which does make it way better. What was I doing here? I'm going out east to someplace, I thought. I don't know. I love this game. I like mindless games, I gotta say. Like, Borderlands is a kid's game, but it's not a kid's game, but it's like, but it's a mindless game, in my opinion. Like, you don't have to think to play it, and I value that so much. Like, there's a little bit of thinking you have to do to keep it on track, but just not really much. I don't like the floaty robot, and I wish it wasn't there. I constantly think I'm being attacked. I put 5 points in melee, so it would really hurt when I occasionally use it. But it does hurt. Look, it like one-shots them now. See it? So it's like, yeah, so like my melee isn't worthless, because it's like, why even put melee in the game if it's fucking worthless? But I put 5 points in it, and I'm actually really happy I did, because when I do, like, any cryo weapon just sets them up so I can come over and stab them 5 times. And that's better, because it keeps bullets in the mag, so you can just keep shooting when you need to. Oh, what was that? I like the action in this game a lot. It reminds me of a movie. Where the fuck are you? I know you're there. I don't understand how the gun works. So it's burst, grab trap. Oh no, oh yeah, this is like its special. I love low FOV because it makes it look really brutal and cool. I like this game more than Mortal 2. I mean, it's sad, but I do. I like this game more than Mortal 2. I can see playing it. I don't know. I played Mortal for 2,000 hours. I don't know. Maybe I don't like this game as much as that, but I'm going to play this game a lot. I think I'm already at like 60 hours or something. Oh. The second shotgun shot just freezes them solid, full blown. The third one is just death. It's like Cryo is so strong because it has this like stacking debuff thing where if it reaches a certain number, the being is just frozen solid and it can't move. I think that's so powerful in a game like this, and then you can just melee them, and then there's just no, the bullets are still in your mag for the next fight. It's good. What was that? Something's shooting at me, but I don't see anybody. I just want to keep stacking higher and higher and higher and higher value weapons. I like this game almost as much as Starfield in the respect that it is mindless. It'll let you follow the yellow brick road. It doesn't make you do a lot of loading screens. Oh, whatever I did with there fucked him up. Those guys are hard, and I took him down fast. Oh. So I let go and it like bursts. I don't like this sniper at all. I get him, but oh, what's hitting me? Fuck you! I'm gonna take you out. One shot. Oh, what's that? One shot. One shot. Sorry. Cryo knocks him out of the sky, which is also good. Makes him too heavy to fly. Sorry, buddy. Bye. I love that. Reminds me of Genshin Impact. I love it. I love elemental stuff. I always have. I don't know why they don't do it more in video games. Burn things, blow things off cliffs and stuff. There should be wind in this game too. Where do I go? What do I do? Yep, see, follow the yellow brick road. I really don't care about the story or the plot. I'm just following the yellow brick road. Wait, are we going a different way now? Where are we going? Alright.
So they are really looking very strong at the moment. And there's a deeper fear here, which is not just if the U.S. is unreliable, that the U.S. may come or go or something. There's even a sneaking suspicion that the U.S. might be looking to kind of switch partners here and do a deal with Iran and really kind of abandon them completely. And that they were afraid of that when Obama did the JCPOA nuclear deal in 2016, and they're afraid of that now. I don't think it's going to happen because Iran is not, a status quo power, and the U.S. is. So I don't see how we could partner with them. But that's a Gulf fear as well. So they're afraid of everything right now.
And I've certainly asked U.S. officials exactly that, and they say what you just said. They're not likely to, in their mind, at least Trump administration officials' mind, repeat the errors of the Obama JCPOA. But to your point, Rubio is in the region trying to provide reassurance. He said today that any deal would not undermine the security, stability, or prosperity of any of our partners. Does that message provide reassurance?
No, because it already has, and the war has. The war was mainly visited on these Gulf countries. Over half of the strikes from Iran.
The game looks so good.
Well over half were on the UAE alone. And every single country, even Iran-friendly Oman, was hit by Iran multiple times. Kuwait's new airport was badly damaged, and every country took a real hit. Even the whole sort of conceptual model behind Dubai's rise in global prominence has been attacked by this threat of violence. So it's all very, very bad for them. And they just don't trust the intentions of the Trump administration.
Well,
they don't trust the
weird shit going on.
The consistency,
stuff,
the steadfastness, and the fun.
This game is better than it has any right to be. Like, I think this game's way, way better than Borderlands 3. Way, 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 way better. I like it more than Borderlands 2, to be honest.
The mental reliability of this administration, and
for one thing, it's optimized and running in really high frames and modern graphics, and the combat is good, and the premise and travel is good, and the sense of exploration. I like not getting over the feel part of this. Put that like an armature. This is sad for you. Yep. I like watching the loot explode out. This is why I play RPGs. I don't care about your story. I don't care about where you want me to go. I don't care about your puzzles. I don't care about your weird jump puzzles or whatever. I don't care about your parkour. I don't care about anything. I just want smooth combat all the time. Kind of feels like Elden Ring a little bit. The things are challenging. They'll kill you if you let them. Playing in hard mode. I'm on extreme. I want that achievement, baby. I was gonna follow Yellow Brick Road until the game just runs its credits, and it's gonna take me a while. I don't feel like playing Borderlands every day either, but I am kind of burnt out on all the other games I've been playing. This rocket launcher, like, levels the playing field. I love it. That's how rocket launcher should be. It should just level the fucking playing field. Games seem to really struggle with that. You'll fire a rocket launcher and the guy's like, you know, and it's like, what? No, this should have leveled the whole fucking room. Not just him, but the whole room, you know? But, like, a lot of games, like Rust is like that. A rocket will res the whole room. It'll just kill everybody there, all 15 people. It doesn't matter. I've seen 15 people die in a fucking, what are they called, you know, personnel carrier helicopter. I forget the name of them. I don't know, it's not that bad of a sniper rifle once you get used to it, but it's also annoying. Kind of annoying. I just want it to fire, and it actually, like, fire, and it spins up. But it does more than one sniper with a cannon. Yeah, like, that's one-shotting shit. It's a strong sniper rifle. I love that fucking combo. It's so good. I love this ice shotgun. You gotta give me a better one of these. This ice shotgun is dope. It just lays him out in one hit. Bye. Oh. Well, that's not gonna work for you. I'm sorry. Smash. This will teach the next mob the fucks with me. Boom. Oh, no, nobody was there, huh? Oh. Where do I go? What do I do? Oh, I went the wrong way? Oh, I went the wrong way. Well, it was fun and everything. Damn it, I went the wrong way. Fuck you, shield guy. Die. Oh. Rocket launcher open. Oh. This is some of the best combat I've ever had in the game. It's so random too. I love the random of it. I like instant mounted smashed him like with the turbo, and it exploded the ice bomb that he was. And that was weird because I managed to instant mount somehow. See how long it takes to mount? There's like a 3-second combat animation or something, a 2-second. But I instant mounted on him and ran him over. It was some kind of combo. And running him over popped his ice. How is that thing? Well, where do I go? Okay, I keep going forward. I got sidetracked though. Okay.
I don't think anything that they've seen since the MOU was signed, or any MOU, or from J.D. Vance, or from the president,
firing rockets now. I didn't know you could do that. Oh, damn, you got.
But as you know, when I talk to some of these Gulf officials, they acknowledge some of these concerns, but they also say, look, we get it, we understand, you have to deal with a little bit of ups and downs with President Trump. Ultimately, our eggs are still in the American basket. We have no other choice. We don't want to go elsewhere. And while we're dealing with Israel, at the very least, we want to work with the U.S. to create a better region. They still don't have anywhere else to go, right?
Oh, I think that's absolutely right. Yeah, they don't. There is no other country that could provide them the military hardware and training that we do, the kind of support that
there's a level of endless here that's kind of powerful, kind of like Starfield, where you can just go on forever, because you can just keep growing, I think, and just keep putting points in chart until you cap out all 3 charts, I guess. And that's like, I don't know, 200 levels or something. I don't know what it is. And then probably you do badass levels, I think, after that. But there's a system at the end that I don't know what it is. That's how Tiny Tina's Wonderlands was. I like pulling out the rocket launcher. It's so fun. Where's the other guy? Is there more? No, that's it. Alright, fine. Just not touching you. I get distracted by a roadside thing. Wait, are they heat seeking? This is way better than fucking Halo. This is better than Halo. It always was. It's way more tactical. It has way more options. It has all the slapstick sandbox stuff. Sorry, buddy. It's a shotgun break point blank. I don't know why you came to me. Oh. Rockets are good for the aerial mobs. It just kills them all. And AoEs and stuff. It blew him into the ground. Fuck you, shroom head monster. They're so annoying. They're always flying around the air. And they're like kind of chunky. They have like a big shield. So they're like not that easy to take down immediately. Unless you do something like big and explosive. Which I like doing. I like rocket launchering them. It really gives you a reason. And they give you the rocket launcher I think every 30 seconds. Which is funny. They're just one shots, like pretty much everything in the game. Even the boss, some of these bosses get one shot. Here we go again. Boom, rocket. Boom, rocket. Boom, rocket. Boom, rocket. Boom, rocket. Nope, I didn't get him. Hit that one. And he's burned to a crisp on the way down. The gravity bomb would be a really good opener to use the rocket launcher. Oh, what was that? I don't care. Just keep going. Like, watch. I can go gravity bomb. Right? Then I go rocket launcher. I don't know. The rocket bomb glitched, I think. It's alive. Ooh, damn! Your guts went everywhere. Die, fucker. It's 6 rockets is hilarious, and they do so much damage. Like, blow these things apart. I do enjoy this game, I just don't find myself wanting to play it every day, and that's the problem with the game. They're like, rocket launcher bike sucks. And I'm like, yes it does, it sucks for you. Rocket launcher bike sucks. Oh no, am I not mining? I don't know, am I mining? No, I'm full. Take me home. Country roads. Doc. Doc.
Theoretically is there. There is an argument that the liberation of Kuwait in 1991, 1990 was sort of the exception that proves the rule. But one time they really did come to their aid. But, you know, I think they need to keep the U.S. government on side. They need to protect their relationship with Washington. So they're not going to come out and tell you bluntly what I just said. But what I'm telling you is also true. You're absolutely right. They're not going to do it. They want to work on fixing relations with the United States. It's a #1 priority. But right now they are the slaves
See his brain
and
pop out of his head and flop on the
highly
ground.
anxious because of everything that's happened. They did not want this war because they could foresee all of this and more, and it's all coming true in a very kind of living in a nightmare scenario.
Hussein Ibish of the Arab Gulf Trade Initiative. Thank you.
You see his brain pop out and flop. Oh, did I get a level?
As businesses rapidly adopt artificial intelligence to boost productivity and economic growth, parallel fears of a wave of job displacement continue to grow. One Reuters Ipsos poll last year found over 70% of Americans fear AI will lead to permanent job loss, raising questions about what's being done to prepare workers, companies, and local economies for what's to come. A new nonprofit called Raise Us aims to bring together states, major businesses, and AI firms to do just that. It's a bipartisan effort co-founded by Republican Eric Holcomb, the former two-term governor of Indiana, and Democrat Gina Raimondo, former Secretary of Commerce under President Biden and former governor of Rhode Island. I spoke with Gina Raimondo about all of this yesterday. Secretary Raimondo, welcome to the NewsHour. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you. Nice to be with you.
So tell us what's already in the works when it comes to this new effort called Raise Us. You're working with 4 pilot states, Arkansas, Maryland, Utah, and Connecticut, to roll out initiatives. What does that look like?
Yeah, thank you. So we have a single mission. We want to do our part to make sure that the U.S. leads the global AI competition, but without leaving America's workers behind.
Yeah.
And to do that, I think we need like a deliberate, planned transition. And so that's what this is about. So, and also it has to be an all hands on deck moment, right? We need the AI companies to be part of the solution. We need America's biggest and best companies to be part of the solution. We need policy.
Yeah, why can't a human be paired with an AI companion that enables them to do whatever they're best at? And in that way, it doesn't take over any jobs. It just empowers a human to be better at their job. I don't know. Yeah, I struggle sometimes with this idea that we're supposed to work all of our lives, and it sounds like a lazy person. You should do things your whole life. You should be active your whole life. But I don't know about working 50 years of your life, Monday through Friday, 8 hours a day. I don't think life's meant to be like that. I don't think the pacing was meant to be like that, and I think it ruins humans.
Policy changes to support workers.
They're like, so this guy, he should get paid $25 an hour or more, and there should be an AI, like maybe not robot, but like an AI something helping him do his job perfectly, every step of his job. Okay, what do I do now? Or whatever. And then, I don't know, I just see it as a very good assistant. I don't see it as taking over our fucking responsibilities. I think we think the robots will do our job for us. I don't know if it will.
incentives for companies not just to lay folks off, and we need very significant changes in the way we do workforce training. So we don't have the solutions. I'm sorry to say I'm not launching this with a solution, but we believe it's a time in America to do something big and bold so Americans aren't left behind, and we're bringing everybody together to get that done.
So why these 4 states in particular? Very different states, different populations, different politics for sure. Are you trying to show that this can work and should work everywhere?
Yes, exactly. So like any startup, this is what we are. We begin with a coalition of the willing, and these are 4 states, 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans, all over the country. These governors have raised their hand to say they want to work with us to make sure that their states are AI ready and the people of their states don't get left behind.
I love this game.
These are just the
Look how
first 4.
action-packed
I
it
hope
is.
a year from now we have many more. This isn't a Democrat
guy's out.
Republican
He's
issue.
out.
This is
The
an
rock
American
launches.
issue.
Left him
I
out.
don't think that this country is prepared for this transition. Unemployment insurance was created 100 years ago in the Great Depression. It hasn't been updated since. It needs to be updated.
It's a ice slug shotgun, and it'll also shoot electrical. There's this point where if you freeze them long enough, they just die. They full-blown die. Like 60 or so % of their bar just reduces to 0, and they just die because they're full-blown frozen. They're just, you know, they're out of it. They're gone. Their bodies are like not breathing anymore. Got him. Fuck him. This gun has an interesting gravity well tool that I want to mess with. It's like it's like Zarya's grab move. Grab bomb, fuck you guys. We could totally get them like off their feet. It's probably really good for toppling badasses and getting them off their feet so you can just kill them. And then use it. Love the action in this game. Let's go jump. I made quite a lot of money out here with just these ventures today. They've left me alone. It's fucking sweet. I don't have to yell at any fucking shithead nerds. It's good.
College is largely the same as it was 50, 60, 70 years ago. So what we are trying to do here, it's ambitious, but we're trying to, like I said, have an all-hands-on-deck effort. We want to design some new policies and then pilot them in these states with a coalition of companies to see what works and scale what works.
I want to ask you more about those companies and their involvement, because you have some foundation support, but some big-name corporate partners already on board, and I know the list continues to grow. We see a few here, including Accenture, Anthropic, Bank of America, IBM, UPS. You have talked recently about the need for companies to be invested in the transition. I just want to play a little clip of what you had to say in a recent TED Talk. Take a listen.
Right now, the incentives are such that a company lays a lot of people off today and the stock price surges tomorrow. It is too easy to hit the easy button of layoff. Companies need different incentives. Quite frankly, we need a new system where it's more expensive to abandon workers than to retrain them.
So, Secretary Raimondo, for companies who are worried about their bottom line, how do you incentivize them to be involved in this transition?
Yes. So again, this is exactly what we want to do. Work with employers, work with states, figure out new ideas. But you could imagine it's productive for a state to give a tax incentive of some kind to companies that redeploy workers instead of laying them off. We have to find a path whereby companies can both implement AI, so they're innovative, but also continue to employ Americans in these companies. I'm somebody who spent 4 years getting the CHIPS Act passed and working to get
like the noisy
semiconductor
crickets, but,
manufacturing back in the U.S. Why did we lose it in the first place? Because the market did not price in national security. And so company after company after company shut down manufacturing, sent those jobs to China or Taiwan, and 20 years later, we woke up massively vulnerable, and now we are spending tens of billions of dollars of taxpayer money to incentivize companies to manufacture again. Let's not make that mistake now. I don't want to allow every company to act individually, and we wake up in 5 years wishing that we had had a planned transition, which is in everyone's interest. Quite frankly, it's in every company's interest. So this is an effort to get ahead of it before we regret not having a deliberate transition.
If I can ask too, I know some of this mission is more personal for you. You've known what it's like to live through that job loss that your father went through during a different period of American economic transition. Tell me how that informs this work you do now and what you're trying to avoid in terms of history repeating.
In many ways, I think that what this country did when it just allowed manufacturing to wither and millions of Americans, including my dad and all of his friends, they just lost their job. Precipitously, one day lost their job, and those jobs went overseas. And at that time, my dad was in his late 50s, ironically about the age that I am now, and he always said, I understand the economics of why we want to become more of a services country. But he would say, I deserve a bridge to another chapter of work. And millions of Americans felt that way. And it hurt. It hurt our family. And it isn't just a paycheck. It's pride, it's confidence, it's communities. And I would argue that today, still, decades later, this country is reeling from the mistakes we made by not having a proper plan to transition workers from manufacturing to something else, right? It still plays out today in our divisive politics, increasingly violent politics. Whole communities are left behind. It did not have to happen that way, and we have to do better now.
As former U.S. Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo joining us tonight. Secretary Raimondo, good to speak with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There's a new museum in Philadelphia, but its building and mission date back to before this country was founded. senior arts correspondent Jeffrey Brown went to see past and present meet at the Pennsylvania Hospital Museum, part of our ongoing coverage of health and arts for our Canvas series.
Welcome to Pennsylvania Hospital Museum.
Oh, the blood went all over the wall.
Hospital,
I
the
love
oldest
this game.
chartered hospital in the nation, celebrating its 275th anniversary.
It was founded specifically as the faith hospital in the colonies for the care of the poor.
And now a new museum.
Everything you see is original.
Philadelphia's Pennsylvania Hospital was founded in 1751 by Dr. Thomas Bond and none other than Benjamin Franklin. Or, as its charter put it, the reception and cure of poor sick persons free of charge. Today it continues as a high-tech teaching hospital, part of the larger University of Pennsylvania health system. But its original pine building is now a museum preserving and displaying some of its rich history. An effort led by archivist and curator Stacy Peoples, who combed through boxes and old records for hidden and other treasures that tell the life of the institution. By her own account, she was an unlikely person
Weird
for the job.
game. Why is there 3 porta potties on this truck? It's so
I
fucking
remember
weird.
when I was younger and I was afraid to go into hospitals, right? Like I was. They're scary places. If somebody had told me I would spend the next 25 years walking into a hospital, I would have laughed. But it's when you feel that at a different level, when you experience the community that exists here
And the history
and the
everything
history
that
of
goes
it,
with
it all comes together.
Emphasize here the hospital's long-running place in its community. Its focus,
Down with
unusual
you,
for the
Froze.
time, on maternity and mental health. Caring of soldiers from the Revolution on. Pandemics from yellow fever in 1793 to COVID-19. There's a reconstruction of the hospital's apothecary. A preserved medical library, the nation's first, with books dating to the 18th century, and individual items including the original petition for the hospital, written by Franklin, and receipt books capturing details on staffing and inventories.
It's the life of an institution.
It
In
is.
a way you don't usually see it.
We don't have a door that we can open and magically see what it would have looked like to be here. But when you see these records and you kind of think about people coming in, getting their pay, also interacting with the people who are dropping off the food for the hospital, the linens that we need, all of the activity that it would take to make this institution run every single day, it is a beautiful window into that. Probably the best window that we're going to have.
Good vitals.
No, this isn't the pit, which so intensely brings viewers inside a modern emergency room.
Good morning, Mr. Straker. You want to go home? Hell yeah.
Instead, the nation's first surgical amphitheater dating to 1804, where a different kind of performance by surgeons teaching students took place in an earlier era.
I like to say, what did surgeons do? They performed surgery
They
in here.
literally
Yes, indeed.
performed,
They were
yeah.
performing because they had an audience. So
Okay, so it was for learning.
Education,
Yeah.
absolutely. So you would have people viewing so that they would be able to learn.
Of course, these surgeries were performed without anesthesia.
We can take this person and we can start to remove layers all the way down to the skeleton.
Today, contemporary visitors can get inside bodies in less invasive ways through a high-tech animatized table. Another focus here, highlighted for us by Pennsylvania Hospital CEO Alicia Gresham, the hospital's role as a trailblazer in medicine.
This is a great example of not just pioneering the care and pioneering the science, but also creating space for leaders, women leaders, for women leaders of color.
It's important for you to highlight.
Exactly. It's an important part of the history that we don't often get a chance to talk about.
Most relevant, perhaps most urgent, the parallels to today, including issues of cost and access to medical care.
When you think about care that was provided in the late 1700s, it was only to people, you could only get a doctor if you had money, and the doctor would come to your house. And so when Dr. Thomas Bond thought about the idea of a public hospital, the idea was that now anybody could get care,
For archivist Stacy Peoples, that's the point in connecting past and present.
I want people to come in here and I want them to have that kind of interaction. So if you're looking at a document, you know, what is something in there that you can take away from that? Inspiring, you know, anyone to come in and to learn a little bit more about healthcare and about medicine and how that has evolved. So what has changed and what has not changed dramatically.
For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Jeffrey Brown at the Pennsylvania Hospital Museum in Philadelphia.
Online right now, a look at the affordability gains and potential pitfalls in the first major housing bill passed by Congress in decades. That's at pbs.org/newshour.
And that is the NewsHour for tonight. I'm Amna Navaz.
And I'm Jeff Bennett. For all of us here at the NewsHour, thanks for spending part of your evening with us.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by
Molecular robotics a bad touch.
the Andrew Carnegie Foundation, formerly Carnegie Corporation of New York, working to reduce political polarization through philanthropic support for education, democracy, and peace. And with the ongoing support of these individuals and institutions. And friends of the NewsHour, including Leonard and Norma Chlorfine, and the Judy and Peter Bloom Kovler Foundation. And with the ongoing support of these institutions. And friends of the NewsHour. This program was made possible by the contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Okay, so
October 15th, 2026, we have an official Enshrouded 1.0 release date. It's launching for PC and PlayStation 5, but if you're wanting to play this on Xbox, there's a massive catch. Here's what King Games just announced, what I found in the trailer, and what it actually means for players. So October 15th is confirmed for PC and PS5. This is also when the game leaves early access after 2 years and 9 months. Does this seem fast to anyone else for such an in-depth game? This will be the first time that Enshrouded is coming to consoles, so PlayStation players can rejoice. Unfortunately, the launch to Xbox has been delayed to spring 2027. King Games CEO Jan Jakel said that they didn't want to compromise quality, given how demanding the terraforming and building systems are technically, in order to get them out to the Xbox at the same time. I know this is definitely a letdown for people that want to play the game on Xbox, but it does fit with King's overall strategy of keeping a very high quality game even through early access. And it kind of seems like a move to protect building quality on consoles. And that is going to be a massive win in the long run. How many of you are on PC or PS5 versus Xbox? I'm wondering how many people are going to be upset by this delay. The trailer that they released is only 40 seconds long, but it does have some interesting tidbits in it. In the opening scene, we get an overview of Emberville, and we can see that the floating islands are no longer floating. Well, at least most of them anyway. But we'll come back to that. We also get a peek at a new big bad guy, or maybe a boss. We'll see. He definitely has some kind of magic attack, or rather probably an AoE type of attack. If you watch the ground, it kind of has an effect coming up here, just like some of the trolls do. Next, we get a shot of a wizard fighting some skeletons, and this looks to me like it's going to be a hollow halls in the Veilwater Basin biome. If you look at the landscaping with the ferns and the trees over here, this type of sand, that looks like Veilwater Basin. And we have the green windows and the red marble on the side, like we normally have in a Hollow Halls. They show us some multiplayer action here that just shows the sun in the background. And then we get a building scene. We have these blocks already, but look at this piece over here on the left side. Is it just me, or is that new? It reminds me of the panels that we have.
This is enough.
You're either crooked or you're stupid. I just rewatched the president's interview on Meet the Press, in which he walked out. A country can never be great with a dishonest
Listen, we traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
But his insistence that the people who themselves pleaded guilty to felonies and were sentenced to 10, 15 years in jail, over 1,000 people who were adjudicated individually by juries, that they were all railroaded. It never really happened.
They've lost their families, they've lost their wives, they've lost everything.
We have a huge segment of the population that believes that water isn't wet. What authoritarians need is an other. Like, I've made films about the US, but I've also made films about us. Right? And what I've learned is there's only us. There's no them.
I was having a discussion about media the other day, and clips and streaming and social media and the new ways that people are ingesting media. And I said,
Yeah, I've been thinking about them a lot. I keep thinking them, the right wing, them, they did this, them did this, but it is us, and it's now like we've got to fix these problems that we caused ourselves, as opposed to we got to stop them from fucking up the country or whatever. We have to be like, we have to get ourselves out of this mess.
really like to talk to about this is Ken Burns. Why? Because he's the greatest single cinematographic documentary filmmaker of all time. You are by far the GOAT of documentary filmmaking. And so I had the gall to call you up, and you had the grace to say yes. Ken Burns, it is my great pleasure.
Happy to be with you. I have to tell you that I have in my house, where I've lived for 47 years, an old and now faded New Yorker cartoon that shows three men standing in hell, the flames licking up around them. And one guy says to the other two, apparently my over 200 screen credits didn't mean a damn thing. And so it's a way to stay humble and realize that, of course, they don't. But thank you for the kind words.
Well, you don't have to be humble for the next hour. Born in Brooklyn, New York in 1953, co-founder of Florentine Films, has spent more than 4 decades creating long-form documentaries based on American history, culture, politics, war, music, sports, national identity. More than 15 Emmys, 2 Grammys. So you're sort of on your way to get an EGOT, 2 Academy Award nominations, recipient of Peabody Career Achievement Award. I mean, all of that pales in comparison to the actual societal impact you've had. And we can start at the beginning, where you came out of the gate strong. Your first doc, Brooklyn Bridge, was nominated for Academy Award, and then Statue of Liberty, which is nominated again. You sort of defined your style. But I want to get into the real big bangers.
It was a nightmare of flashes, violent explosions.
I saw how many and how amazing they are. I've seen, I'd say, 3/4, and I tried to watch the rest of them before this. 5 of them are my favorite docs. Like 5 of them are in my top 5. So you have the whole top 5. So I want to get to those.
Yeah.
So I want to get to those. But let's start at Brooklyn Bridge. Why would you do Brooklyn Bridge as your first doc?
You know, you look back and you try to attribute some intention to it, and you really can't, because these things happen circumstantially, and you're scrambling with my partners to sort of just pay the rent, working day jobs for the BBC for $150 as a cinematographer. If you do a couple of those, then you cover the rent in the mid-'70s. And my best friend was a book salesman, and he plunked down on my bed a trade paperback copy of David McCullough's The Great Bridge, the epic story of the building of the Brooklyn Bridge. And I was sick, and I read it in kind of one gulp and walked out to my partners, Betty Squires and Roger Sherman, and said, this is going to be our film, meaning our first real film. And they thought I was crazy, and I just loved the story of it, and it was a way in which to practice the kind of storytelling I wanted to tell, to sort of go in and wake up old photographs and not just have a third-person narration, but a chorus of first-person voices, including Kurt Vonnegut, who I cold call, to get him to read, as he did for the next 10 years quite often.
Today's episode is brought to you by Mood. You go online, pick the experience you're looking for, and it shows you the products that fit. I've actually been trying their Mind Magic gummies. Everything ships discreetly right to your door, and it's backed by a 100-day satisfaction guarantee. If you've been curious, check them out at mood.com. Use promo code SHANE, that's S-H-A-N-E, at checkout to get 20% off your first order. That's mood.com, promo code SHANE, for 20% off your first order. And make sure you use promo code S-H-A-N-E, SHANE, so they know that we sent you.
The first half, it's an hour film. The first half is the story of the extraordinary construction, essentially what David McCullough, who ended up being the narrator, had written. And then the second half is all about Brooklyn Bridge as a symbol in American culture of strength, vitality, ingenuity, and purpose. It's a kind of paean to this, I think, the greatest work of art, American work of art in the 19th century. You know, we would think of a Sargent painting, or we'd think of a sculpture of this, but I think it's actually this bridge. It's so gorgeous. I still walk over it every time I can. I've walked over it hundreds and hundreds of times in the intervening 40 years since the PBS first broadcasted. It's an amazing thing, and I wanted to capture it somewhere. There's a moment where, speaking of cold calling, I called up Arthur Miller. You know, he had a book, a play called The View from the Bridge, and every single edition that I ever saw had a photograph or a painting of the bridge on it. So I called him up, and he kept pushing me off, and finally he kind of agreed to do it, and we'd go to his Connecticut farm. This is 1979. And I then decided to pick up a copy of the play on the way and read it. And it had nothing to do with the Brooklyn Bridge, not a single mention of the bridge in it. And I just was paralyzed with fear. My heart, I can still remember to this day, my heart pounding with thing. And we arrive at the farm. He's like 6'4", I'm 5'8", if I'm lying. And he opens the door and leans down. He says, "I don't know a goddamn thing about the Brooklyn Bridge." You know, and then I just thought, shoot me now. Just like put me out of my misery. Is such a, potent lesson about doing your homework. And he said, "All right, come on." And so normally we'd set up, we'd have a chance to put the morning interview and wrap the can of film and get in a new reel of the tape recorder and set up for an hour shooting, getting right. He goes around to the back. And it's like the late afternoon of a beautiful fall day. And he said, "Let's go now." Because clearly he wasn't going to waste any time. So we get a apple crate so I can be up to his height, but not his stature. And all we have is like 3 minutes left in the film. I don't remember what the question was that I asked, but his entire answer is the interview.
I mean, they could have built another Manhattan Bridge, couldn't they? And he didn't. He really aspired to do something gorgeous. So it makes you feel that maybe you too could add something that would last and be beautiful.
It's the only time I've ever used 100% of an interview. And he basically said, you see, the city is fundamentally a practical utilitarian invention, and suddenly you see this steel poetry there, and it's a shock. I mean, it does what it's supposed to do. It carries its weight, but I mean, he could have built another Manhattan Bridge, but he didn't. He really aspired to do something gorgeous. So it makes you think that maybe you too could add something that would last and be beautiful. And I got
Wow.
that stuff back from the lab, and I went, "Whoa, is right." And it sort of felt like I put it. I said, "This is going to be the last word of the film," and it is. It's still there. And Arthur and I became friends. He did sit for interviews where we took an hour to light the place for Mark Twain and other things. And I stayed friends with him. And he would read first-person voices. This Brooklyn-born, thick accented Arthur Miller is the voice of Ohio-born William Tecumseh Sherman in the Civil War. But I think it's this challenge, and you know what it is. You got it. That maybe you too could add something that would last and be beautiful. It's just like the universal
I believe I could do something that lasts and is beautiful. I think I already have with this stream.
human impulse. What can you do? And I feel so lucky in Brooklyn Bridge that it was able to. I could stretch a little bit, be outside, whatever the sum. You want the whole to be greater than the sum of the parts. You don't know how that happens, but through fortunate meetings with people. Arthur, in that case, sort of gave it to us, gave us a little glimpse into what you want to be tilting towards, where you should be aiming.
You should be a storyteller, Ken. That's.
Let me write that down.
That's a great story. Do you think that those first Brooklyn Bridge and then Statue of Liberty, you sort of fell into your signature style of filmmaking?
Well, I was trying to, my dad was an amateur photographer. That my first memory is of him building a darkroom in the basement of a tract house in a development in Newark, Delaware. All my teachers at Hampshire College were social documentary still photographers. They reminded me of the power of a single image to convey complex information. So it wasn't too long of a stretch where you would be trying to wake the past, wake the dead, and see these still photographs and realize I'd originally wanted to be, I saw my dad cry at a movie after my mom died, and it was the only time I'd ever seen him cry. And I just said, well, I want to be a filmmaker, and that meant a Hollywood filmmaker. So I would treat the photographs as if they were master shots that had a wide, a medium, a close, a tilt, a pan, a reveal, insert of details, and to add a complex sound effect so that you weren't just looking at the photograph, but you were listening to it. With a workman on the bridge hammering, what was the sound of seagulls, the lapping of the East River boats on plying the East River, the shouts, the early pneumatic, air pressures tools. It's really, it was this great challenge, and I've just continued to sort of elaborate on that, whether it's paintings, whether it's live cinematography, whether it's taking newsreels, which and most of the stuff you get from House is mid-out sound, MOS. And so you're, in our World War II documentary that came out in 2007.
Pointless battle comes at a terrible price.
We just 150 tracks, and we knew what a German 88 cannon sounded from 5 miles away, from a mile away, what it was like when it ejected its shell onto snow or to dirt or to pavement. You get into this way of how you will it apart. So those early days were the first expressions. And I think they're still exuberant in that you can see that I'm trying to use at least 100% of whatever feeble, facilities I had. And I think we just try to, I moved up while we had finished shooting. Right after Arthur's interview, we moved up to New Hampshire because I could live for nothing. And I'm still in the same bedroom 47 years later. And a lot of that insulation from the stuff of the industry, as people like to call it, has insulated us and allowed us, I think, to focus, all of us. And it isn't us. I'm not a royal we. It's really a gloriously collaborative things. And there's people that I've worked, my cinematographer over 50 years, my writer 47, the 2 or 3 producers over 30. I mean, we have a kind of working relationship. Nobody yells. We just try to wake up each day, and the best part of the job is making a film better.
Yeah, the best docs are always made by, I call them the bad news bears, but a sort of a bunch of misfits who get together and form, a team that is capable of things that nobody ever thought them capable of.
Well, I put up pretty early on a neon sign in my main editing room, which says in lowercase cursive, it's complicated. Now, on first blush, there isn't a filmmaker alive that when a scene is working, you don't want to touch it. But as you know, when you're dealing with history or you're dealing with facts, journalism, you know, the facts have to win. The art has to take a second place. If you've suddenly got the inconvenient facts and truths of a particular circumstance and that you're obligated to destabilize a scene. So that's one angle of it. But it's also that in a world in which we're completely dominated by computers, where everything's a 1 or a 0, or a media landscape where it often devolves into just a binary, good or bad, on or off. And we know from our own lives, there's no such thing as binaries. There's no on and off. There's no edges, if you will. Leonardo da Vinci taught me that you're obligated to deal with the complexity and the undertow of individuals and of circumstances. No thing and no one person is all one thing or all the other. And so, you know, just the most recent on the American Revolution.
Washington understands the war he's fighting.
You know, George Washington isn't perfect, but you don't have to then employ a kind of unforgiving revisionism which throws him out. Just go, yeah, well, no hero is. And it's better to make him human because he's therefore much more identifiable than the statue out in the park collecting pigeon shit. It just doesn't work. He just seems too far away for us to aspire, if we want to him. Or you can still reject him, but you've got to understand a fact, which was for me championing bottom-up history telling, that we don't have a country without him. You know, and there's something like, whoa, wow, I can say that because it happens to be true. And after 10 years of discovery, there's something kind of interesting about being able to do that. Anyway, I just think that there's a way of responding to the material that helps bring it alive. And the people that you are working with have to have that spirit of my principal writing partner has been Jeffrey Ward. I can't say partner, writer is Jeffrey Ward. And he writes beautiful stuff. And I'm often in the business of tearing up lots of it, lots of acres of it, right? Or changing a little bit. And he has this, he'll push back when he doesn't think he's right. And usually he will be right. But he has this kind of spirit of knowing that what we're working at is something more important than any of our own egos. And so you just, you just work, and there's nothing more exhilarating than finishing a day and knowing you made a film better. You know, I spent 3 hours as the scratch narrator in the narration booth for a film that we're working on in the history of Reconstruction, which is the most misunderstood period. And I will yield in a year or so to the voice of Keith David, who is sort of the Sam Cooke of our narrators. And but up until that point where, I'm working with my oldest daughter and her husband and have been for 20 years in one of our production teams. And we're just sitting there, I'm in the studio, they're in Brooklyn, I'm up here in New Hampshire. We've got
I've never seen Ken Burns.
Engineers, and we hit a sentence and one of us says, let's fix it. And we fix it on the spot and you just go, great, that sounds great. I read it again and you go, great. And you move on, or you make a little mental note. Maybe we should repave this at some point. Yeah, it's great. It's just exhilarating.
Nothing more fun. I got into an argument with somebody after watching your American Revolution doc, and speaking of George Washington, I got into a fight about George Washington and was speaking with absolute certitude. Yeah. Because I had just watched your doc and I trust you so much.
Good.
Good. I grew up. There you go. I grew up reading historical fiction, and I got a degree in history just for fun. And a lot of it came from Flashman or various historical fiction. But I was so sure that those facts were correct that I would, even though they were sort of not supposed to be history text, right. I would say with absolute certitude.
Yeah.
But you said something interesting, and I want to get to that, Doc, but you said something interesting when you were setting it up, which is the first time you saw your dad cry and you say, I want to do this. And it was after your mom died. And I read, and I'm going to butcher it, so I want you to tell me, but the quote of, you like to tell long stories based on a certain moment in time, or long stories based on a picture because of your mom. Maybe tell the right quote, because I have it in the back of the periphery of my consciousness, which is very beautiful. But
so my mom got cancer somewhere when I was 2 or 3. So there was never a moment in my life where there was not this kind of impending doom this sword of Damocles. It really changes. You don't really have a childhood. My father also had some of his own issues that made just things really fraught. And we knew when I was 7 years old, we were told that she probably wouldn't live 6 months. And she lived until I was nearly 12 years old, nearly got me. She said, "Oh, I'll get you to junior high," she said, which at that point was this impossibly long thing. And she missed it by a couple of months. But you can understand what a terrifying and demoralized place our family was. And my father hadn't cried, and he didn't cry at her death, and he didn't cry when she was sick, and didn't cry at this impossibly sad funeral service. And friends commented on it, so I was aware of it, and I was defensive. But after she died, he had a pretty strict curfew, but he let me stay up late, and school nights even, sometimes to 1 a.m. with all the terrible commercials, looking at films. And then there was this one by Sir Carol Reed, a British director. He had made a film called Odd Man Out with James Mason about the Irish troubles.
And though I have all faith so that I could remove mountains and have not charity, I am not.
That where he could find some way to express whatever was troubling him in his all too short life as well. So I sort of vowed to myself right then and there. I was now 12, a few months after my mom died, and I said I'll be a filmmaker. And many years later, I was in a kind of crisis, and I was talking to my late father-in-law, who was an eminent psychologist. And I said, I seem to be keeping my mom alive. I could see the date of her death, April 28th, coming up, but it would always be receding. And I was never present for the day. And then he said, yeah, I bet you blew out your candles as a kid, wishing she'd come back. I said, how'd you know? He gave me a couple of other things that only I knew, and I would have never admitted to anybody, kind of stuff that I did. And then he looked at me and said, well, what do you think you do for a living? I said, excuse me? He said, you wake the dead. You make Jack Robinson and Abraham Lincoln come alive. Who do you think is really trying to wake up? And then I was almost 40 by then. I'd had a lot of films. Certainly it was a couple years after the Civil War. So it's 6 or 7 films under my belt that were all well received. As you say, 2 Academy Award nominations and theatrical release for Huey Long and lots of other stuff. And all of a sudden you kind of saw, wow, that is what I'm doing, And it was related just to that, and then animated in some ways by my father's own love of film and my father's love of photography. He was an anthropologist, but he took still photographs, and so that was all part of how I grew up. The sort of language of tragedy, but also the language of story and of imagery, movies and photographs, and so. All of that has, and I arrived at Hampshire College in 71 intending to be that Hollywood director, and they were all social documentary still photographers. And I suddenly was a documentary filmmaker at 18.
Today's episode is brought to you by Mood. Now, I've never been someone who walks into a dispensary and stare at 50 products with names I don't understand. So what I like about Mood is that it's straightforward. You go online, pick the experience you're looking for, and it shows you the products that fit. I've actually been trying their Mind Magic gummies. If I've got a long day of research or I'm prepping for a big interview, they've become part of my routine. They also make products for whatever you're looking for, whether that's focus, winding down, better sleep. Beyond gummies, they've got flour, pre-rolls, edibles, and more. All made from federally compliant hemp-derived cannabis grown on small American farms. Everything ships discreetly right to your door, and it's backed by a 100-day satisfaction guarantee. If you've been curious, check them out at mood.com. Use promo code SHANE, that's S-H-A-N-E, at checkout to get 20% off your first order. That's mood.com, promo code SHANE for 20% off your first order. And make sure you use promo code S-H-A-N-E, SHANE, so they know that we sent you.
My last film in college was a film for Old Sturbridge Village, the colonial Williamsburg of New England. And
I've been there. It's colonial Williamsburg.
The last shot is a pan across a painting, and if you told me that 51 years later, I would still be doing the same thing, I would have said, you're crazy. And so even at Brooklyn Bridge, I didn't think that I was going to stick with this. There would be other things that I could pursue cinema verite that I liked. I've never said never to the possibility of a feature film, but I found what I was supposed to be doing, Shane.
You definitely did. Yeah, when I was young, I was not allowed a TV, hence my career in media. And but there was a repertory cinema at the end of the road, And so I saw film from around the world. I saw many docs. I saw, I used to be enamored with Cannes Lions, all the different commercials from around the world. And, so I whenever I got into media, I would always draw on that,
I sort of feel
time.
still the baseline of my education are those times with my dad, because we're in Ann Arbor, Michigan by then. We'd go out to the Cinema Guild, which would have first run French New Wave. It would have old Charlie Chaplin. It would have Japanese cinema. We'd go to one of the first movie house built after the Second World War, sadly no longer there, called the Campus Theater. And they played eclectic stuff. And then on TV, you found amazing things. And I just had this broad education, arrived at Hampshire, and they dumped a whole bunch of experimental films. And so you began to realize that Hollywood, which seems to sort of suck up all the oxygen in the room, may be 1%. And that world cinema, whether it's Akira Kurosawa or Louis Buñuel or Francois Truffaut or Jean-Luc Godard or Maya Deren and Meshes of the Afternoon or Bruce Conner and Old Damn Watermelons or Cinema Verite from Fred Wiseman, that there was this whole other world, that you had this narrow band, which was the Hollywood system, and who's done it so well, from Chaplin and Keaton to Spielberg and Michael Mann and Coppola and Scorsese and 1,000 others just in American cinema. But it was all there, and it was just so exhilarating to sort of step into that world and be able to breathe and understand that it was this incredibly rich and varied language.
Well, let's get into that a bit, because look, when I grew up, documentary, I was a sort of punk kid and alternative, and that was very much my artistic choice. And documentary filmmaking or watching documentary films I was the odd man out. And it was, it was repertory cinemas, it was PBS, which I want to get into. It was these odd places, you'd have to search for it, much like punk rock. We had Maximum Rock and Roll, which was a sort of photocopied thing that was passed on kid to kid, and that's how you found out about punk stuff. Anyway, then we had this golden era of docs, where everyone's making docs and getting large release, and you have HBO doing docs. We had to deal with HBO for 8 years. They're getting acclaim, they're getting awards, and now it seems to be that we're going to short form, and the platforms and monopolies are controlling everything. Now, it's a two-part question. Did we just go through a sort of 15-year golden era of docs, A, and B, how important, I noticed you wearing the t-shirt, was PBS or is PBS to that world of documentary filmmaking?
Well, I think it's hugely important. It doesn't have the sex appeal of an HBO, but it's been the sort of the tortoise and the hare and the tortoise thing. It's slow and steady. I couldn't have made any of my films without PBS. I could have gone to a streamer, say, take the Vietnam film, cost $30 million, took me 10.5 years to make. I could have, given my record, I could have gone to a streamer or a premium cable like HBO and just gotten the $30 million in one pitch. And that's great, because I spend most of my time raising money. I mean, not most of my time, but a lot of my time raising money.
Yeah.
And it took almost all of that 10.5 years to raise money for the Vietnam thing. The thing is, they wouldn't have given me 10.5 years. Their model would not permit it. And I needed that 10.5 years to master the story, the scholarship behind it. I mean, that film came out in 2017. It's 9 years old this fall. It's still one-stop shopping for Vietnam. It has not been supplanted, which is really rare, by a single book or some other entity that has the aggregation of the new scholarship that represents. And I'm sort of less interested in tooting that particular horn than just saying, we struggled with the filmmaking art of it in ways, and I'm very, very proud of it. I was just showing bits of it last night at a public event, and I was just sort of hadn't seen parts of it in a while. I was sort of startled and pleased about it. So PBS is the only place we could have done it, and it's very satisfying to say that. I actually think, Shane, there's an article that Vincent Canby, who was then the #1 film critic for the New York Times, wrote in 1985, that this was the golden age of documentaries, he said. I don't think it's stopped. I mean, it's been diluted and distracted by reality TV and then the cookie cutter nature of industry stamping out stuff, and you suddenly realize you've got all these places, lots of need for content, and you want to do it cheaper than a Hollywood film. Or a scripted television show of whatever kind, sitcom or dramas. But he pointed out that I had a film on Huey Long that came out that year that had a theatrical distribution. There was a filmmaker, a wonderful filmmaker named Ross McElwee, who had a film called Sherman's March. That was a kind of self-referential film where he looked at his life and his relationships, and it was all over the guise of he's going to make a film about Sherman's March to the Sea, which was funny because I was working on the Civil War, and even before anybody even knew that that was going to come out, people were making fun of the earnestness of the topic as opposed to the real important thing, which was the filmmaker. Frederick Wiseman came out with a film that year. There's another film called Streetwise, which was one step away from, it was about homeless on the streets of Seattle, but one step away from being a feature film, right? It was like right at the edge of that. And there are a couple more that I don't remember, but it just showed you how limiting the word doc was. And then, you know, we began to see the Civil War had a huge, huge impact, and then people started doing it. You got what is called reality TV, which is not. Nobody proposes in front of millions of people. Nobody eats bugs in front of millions of people. So it's not, and then you have the kind of cookie cutter, as I said, sort of things where now everybody has got a story, and usually someone related to the subject is either the executive producer or the subject is the executive producer, and you kind of go, wait, how does that work? How is there there's an essential trust that we build in a documentary. We just don't know if that person is saying, wait a second, I don't look good in that. Let me take it out, right? So we could never do that in PBS, I'm very happy to say, because there are the same rigorous journalistic standards. The New York Times can't do that, you know? So anyway, I think we've been in a golden age, and maybe it's harder to find the trees for the forest. But I still think it's a pretty wonderful time, and I've stayed with PBS, happily so, and felt whenever anybody made a serious approach to where I might make my home, that nothing came close to the home that I know. And so it's a you know, in which, you know, it's not as sexy, but I think it's actually sexier, you know.
Well, shout out to PBS for supporting documentary filmmaking. And look, Vietnam, I want to get into my favorite, of your films.
You have been less than candid as to how deeply we are involved in Vietnam.
We have increased our assistance to the government. It's logistics. We have not sent combat troops there.
I became addicted to it in such a way that I would look forward to it all day, like when you're reading a good book. And I would get into bed, and I'd be like, okay, here we go. We get to turn it on. I'd put my pillows, and I'd start watching it. And it was so good to speak of the scholarly aspect of it. It was so good that there'd be a little part about some general or something who had done this, and I'd be like, hold on a second, didn't you see him when the French were still in there? Was that the same guy? And I'd go back and I'd rewatch the first one, and then I'd rewatch it for me again. I would just say, because, well, I may as well just watch the whole thing. I wouldn't just reference.
Do this intentionally, Shane, to make it so. I mean, you can watch it in the first time and it's fine, but it does reward because of the density of the scholarship that we are hoping to represent, and the complexity of the story, in which you have so many different balls in the air that sometimes a seed that you plant in episode 1 intentionally won't bear fruit until episode 5. And then maybe you go, wait a second, or maybe you go, oh yeah, I heard about that, I'm just going forward. But it's necessary in really complex storytelling to do that kind of thing. That foot soldier that passes by is gone, but then all of a sudden you're with him, you know? Like there's a moment is in the opening where it says we redefine patriotism, and we show a picture of a soldier, a Marine, in a soft hat, a kind of Australian type hat, and then it dissolves to a hippie with curls, at a big rally with all these signs. It's the same person, and I've never told anybody that. It's the same person. A guy who just died named John Musgrave.
My hatred for them was pure. I hated them so much. And I was so scared of him.
One of the more interesting person. If you had, when you were halfway through editing, taken away every other interview except his, I would have said, fine. We'll make a film called The Education of John Musker. He gets wounded, nearly dies, gets home, thinks he's pro-war, trying to defend it, can't defend it, learns, throws his medals away, is suicidal. He's got the gun cocked and under his chin, he says, and then his dogs are scratching at the door, and he, comes back and he unclicks the round from the chamber, and he realizes, well, if I want the dogs to come in, then I can live another day. And then he's now counseled, up until his death, he counseled Iraq and Afghanistan veterans, going through the same sort of thing that soldiers since ancient times have gone through, what we now call PTSD. The Greeks called it soldier's heart, or divine madness. And soldier's heart was the Civil War, combat fatigue is Second World War, that shell shock was World War I. We gave it a scientific name and it didn't make it go away.
No, I remember that character, and I remember that story with him with the gun, and he said, well, I'll feed the dogs, and if I still want to do it, I'll do it tomorrow. And, amazing.
I will go on, yeah.
Amazing. By the way, again, if anyone hasn't seen it, it's literally the best documentary ever made. So please watch it. That's my favorite. The one, I guess, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on anything, whenever, but the one that feels the biggest, it felt like a sort of cultural moment. And maybe it's because it never ended, is the Civil War.
Well said.
From director Ken Burns, The Civil War.
It feels like we're living it today, and it feels like the country's tearing itself apart, basically under the same parameters. And tell me a little bit about when it came out and why it was such a cultural.
Yeah, so I think you're right. I mean, we've had the American Revolution that was just out. It was bigger in a way than the Civil War. The Vietnam aggregated probably more viewers than Vietnam for sure. But Vietnam, I mean, the Civil War series came out in September of 1990, 36 years ago. At that time, there was cable and there was broadcast television. There was not an internet. There was not a robust alternative for documentaries. There was this story which is, the Rosetta Stone of the American experience, who we are, the most important event in the nation's history once we've been founded. And I had worked for 5.5 years, still photographs, and it came out and it stopped the country. I mean, they ran out of there's all this anecdotal stuff. They ran out of blank tapes in Washington, D.C.
Son of a bitch.
Johnny Carson talked about it Monday night in his monologues.
Why is this fight goddamn 35 minutes long? You don't think you could balance it better? Fucking dumb. That's piece of shit developers for you.
So they taped it just before the second show. Then he talked about it on Tuesday night and Wednesday night and Thursday night. And then I appeared. Thursday night was the last night. And of course, he hadn't seen the last episodes yet. But I went and appeared on the Tonight Show, which is like, what? A documentary filmmaker from rural New Hampshire is up there. And it was Jay Leno because it was a Friday. It was that sort of. It's still the highest rated program in PBS history. So it has this thing, the music today, 100 times the haunting theme that was not of the Civil War, but in fact written by one of my session musicians, Jay Unger, in 1983, a Jewish kid from the Bronx who happened to write the greatest Scotch-Irish lament ever called Ashokan Farewell. That tune is being played today at a memorial service or a funeral 100 times, at a renewal of vows, at a wedding.
Wow. A Shokin Farewell.
And so it had, I've been to the White House where they played it at 2 or 3 different occasions. I've seen a lone Marine with a violin playing it. I've seen someone add lyrics to the tune. There's been, I met President Clinton in the first couple months before he, just after the election, a few weeks after the election, before he was inaugurated, and he came to some Washington party that I'd been invited to, and I was sort of near the door when he came in, and he just said, you know, we listened to the soundtrack all the time in the cars as I was traveling around the country. And then I went, whoa, that's so nice. And then the Secret Service guy behind him said, yeah, we did. Like, and I just, there was something amazingly nice that he was willing to break that fourth wall that they never break. And to acknowledge that he too had been in the car when they were listening to the soundtrack, and it had.
Yeah, we used to listen to, what's it called? Oh Brother, Where Art Thou soundtrack, because it's very uniquely American. And we used to listen to it like Sunday afternoons, my best friend's house at the ashram and stuff. Just put on, you know, old-timey stuff. And yeah, I could see the Civil War soundtrack being like that too.
Some kind of meaning for him.
The soundtrack, notwithstanding, maybe the best soundtrack ever of a doc, but the doc hit the cultural zeitgeist. The doc...
It's our story.
I mean,
it's who we are. It's our DNA. It's like somebody saying, oh, I just found out the thing. And I mean, the worldwide reception to this film is so interesting. I got so much mail from Canadians that, now I understand this complicated, you know, 800-pound gorilla to the south. You know, people would say this was like a way to understand who we are. It's just phenomenal. We have the best president, right? I mean, after George Washington, we don't have a country without George Washington, but you got Abraham Lincoln, who gets us. His words alone speak to the whole movement, the moment, back to our founding, fourscore and 7 years ago, and ahead to our present moment. So it feels incredibly contemporary, and he speaks with a kind of poetry that belies a political position, and with almost a sense as if he was the national poet of a country. And it's just, and then you have these, you know, there was a battle early on in 62 at Shiloh on the banks of the Tennessee River. That's the battle, Shiloh. Pittsburgh Landing, I think, is the actual name of the whatever tiny little place it was. And it was as big as Waterloo. And as Shelby Foote, who was a Southern novelist and historian who'd written a 3-volume history of the war, said, there were at least 20 Waterloos to go. So you go, Waterloo? It's as big as Waterloo, and there are 20 more to come? And that is no exaggeration. So it's just, it's an amazing moment. We now think it's not 620,000, maybe closer to 750,000 people were killed during the war, which is a huge, massive amount in a country of 31 million. It's you know, as if we'd lost 7 or 8 million in the Second World War.
Yeah, it's more than World War I and World War II combined.
Yeah, for European participants, we've been relatively lucky in our European wars. The American deaths are a fraction of it. You know, we're central to the reason why both of those world wars turned out good for the good guys. But
you know this stuff better than most. Why, you can watch it today and it's still as relevant today. Why does it seem like we're reliving it and we're still fighting, and that there's, you know, it seems like the sort of the political, you know, the right and the left and near the twain shall meet, you know, the cultural political lines were sort of, you know, were drawn up, and they still exist today. Why?
So we distilled, Thomas Jefferson distilled a century of Enlightenment thinking into one sentence, the second sentence of the Declaration that every American knows by heart. We hold this truth to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. I'll stop there a little bit over a third of the way through the sentence and tell you that Thomas Jefferson, as many of the other founders, including George Washington, owned hundreds of human beings, knew that slavery was wrong, but persisted in it because it was just an incredibly profitable thing. And so we started articulating, migrating arguments between British people over representation and taxes and Indian land into something about broad natural rights. that's been with us ever since. Those that still have this historical memory of being unfree in a free land, which is a spectacular thing to say. And those who have the built-in, relatively unexamined, but built-in resentment for having lost the most valuable part of their property in the Civil War. So the most, the South had 9 million people in 1861. 4 million of them were enslaved. 5 million, so 45%, 5 million owned those others, but a small oligarchy, right, of people owned those 4 million. And I'm now working on a film on Reconstruction, which is the most misunderstood period. Both The Nation and Gone with the Wind tell us that our own homegrown Al-Qaeda or ISIS, Ku Klux Klan, are the heroes of this post-war imposition of, carpetbaggers and worse, roving bands of now unfettered Negroes raping. Just never happened. Just never happened. And so Churchill said the victors write the history, but in our case, the South, the losers, wrote with victory. And so we've been doing in Reconstruction, it's a good period, and its collapse is bad, and we have been struggling in various places where it boils up to the surface like, lava coming out of a dormant or an inactive volcano, and sometimes it recedes for a while. Well, you can look at pictures, you can go on the internet and just say Ku Klux Klan in Washington, D.C., 1920s, and you will see thousands of Klansmen walking down Independence Avenue carrying a broad American flag, holding it up on the steps of the Capitol, where the Klan was actually way more powerful, controlled half of southern Indiana was under Klan control in the 1920s. They'd expanded their portfolio to not just be anti-black and anti-white Republicans, but it had been anti-Catholic and anti-booze and anti-immigrant. And so, that was the height of our folly. In 24, we passed the Johnson-Reed Immigration Act that was exclusionary, and it made it impossible for us to help if we'd wanted to, and the country, overwhelming majority, didn't want to help the Jews in the Holocaust. We got out, more people. We could have gotten out 5 times as many people if we'd even within the parameters of this limiting law. And if you pushed that law and said, could we get twice as many as that, 2 million, then you're putting a dent in 6 million, right? You're down to 4. Not that that's excusable either, but we just failed there. And a lot of it has to do with this impulse that it's either, as Dr. King said, we judge people not by the content of their character, but by the color of their skin or their choice of religion or appearance or things like that. And so this is a stream, not just in American history, but in human history. And it's particularly virulent and particularly perturbing because we have certain ideals that we believe we subscribe to, and yet there's a vast, huge part of the population that doesn't agree with that. Not a majority, but it is a vigorous enough minority that they can be manipulated by demagogues and authoritarians to be about that, all dangling, all dog whistling the things that suggest that what authoritarians need is an other. Like, I've made films about the US, but I've also made films about us, right? And what I've learned is there's only us. There's no them. And that it is in the interests of people, and it's financial interests of some people, in media, as you know, to create the thems. And it is in the interests of politicians to promote the fact that there's some people that are more American than others. And that's why you can take a revolution like ours, which was incredibly variety of people, with a country that was based, the first country ever created without a religion attached to it. The First Amendment, which we cite, you and I, daily about, freedom of speech and freedom of assembly, that's the second and third part of it. The first part of it is making the establishment of a religion, which means they'd understood the history of the world was wars caused by the differences between religions, so we're not going to set that up. Jefferson said himself, if my neighbor believes in 20 gods or no God at all, it neither picks my pocket nor breaks my leg. Like, let it go, folks. But now you're told, oh no, we're a Christian nation. Christian nationalist, that's what they meant. And I can tell you right now, that's not what they meant.
Okay, I have a lot to unpack there. the them part especially, there is no war without a them.
Right.
I was just in Iran 2 weeks ago, and you know, you hear all this. You know, they have their propaganda, we have our propaganda. The funny thing about our propaganda is we believe it's not propaganda.
Right.
But when you get there, it's just people. You know, and it's the same thing with North Korea. Same thing with anywhere. You go, it's just people.
Just people.
And even when they say, you know, death to America, they're saying, you realize it's not to you. We love you, and we're just saying that to the regime. To go back to the them, and to go back to what you were saying, I agree with you 100%, and very eloquently said. How do we, I mean, we've had this rift, this rent in our societal fabric since the Civil War. How do we fix it, or can it ever be fixed?
You just have to, you know, at times, you know, it's so interesting that the times we're in right now has followed a time when we had 8 years of Barack Obama. It like sort of seems impossible, and you can make lots of arguments, and in fact I'm working on a film. I've had the privilege of interviewing him for 8 2-hour interviews, and there's no rush to make this because you want to escape the specific gravity of journalism and allow the scholarship to come in some some ways the current occupant has constipated the scholarship. There's been some good stuff happening, but you just, you know, everything's focused on the narcissism of the moment. So we're not that far removed. And if you've gone to Europe, say, in early 2008, you know, the American, you know, project was done. It was this unnecessary war in Iraq. We were not popular or whatever. And the second, you know, a year or two later, they're trying to give the Nobel Peace Prize to Obama sort of prematurely just because they're saying, right? So we have that period. You know, I've gotten to know in this election cycle a couple of politicians. John Ossoff, who is a Jewish man from Georgia, is the current sitting senator from Georgia, one of the senators from Georgia. And a couple nights ago, I had a conversation with James Tallarico, the Senate candidate.
Wait, we killed it. We got it? How did we get it? Is he gone, or did he run, or what? I'll take it. I'll take whatever it is. But I don't see any loot. Did he fall in the pit or something? What happened here? I'll take it. I don't think I was meant to beat him, but I'll fucking take it. I'll take it. Which way was the camp that we were at? Mountain Ruins. Oh yeah, there. It's up north. So there's a chest, is there? Oh yeah, they're saying there is a chest, and I should maybe go get it. They're saying there's a chest over here somewhere. Where's this chest? Can't climb that? No. Oh, I got it. Weak stone shard. Why is there platforming in this crappy, like, clunky game? Whatever. Oh, wait. I'm trying to get to the chest. Nice, I got up, and I'm gonna try to get this other chest. What was that? At least I didn't die. I died. Did I save? I don't think I did. I don't know. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. Oh, no. Come on, man. I must have fallen 5 feet. You're dumb.
Candidate in Texas, a young state representative. There, man, these two guys, different. Us a little bit farther down the line, but
Oh, no. I don't think I saved. I didn't save, and I lost the 10-minute fight. Why didn't I save? I'm a fucking idiot. I hate these console games. They're so badly designed. Like that. Terrible-ass design. Terrible. Fucking dumb. Whatever. I don't know. I guess, yeah. I learned that we can get the other people over here involved in this fight if we drag the bird to them. That will make this even faster. There was a patrol. The patrol will help us. At least, or I think it's random, actually, but I think there is a couple of people walking down this trail. If we can, yeah, there is. There's an archer. It's a pawn, is it? It's a pawn. The pawn can help. It's Fortnite Girl. Level 18. She's an archer. Oh, you know, I meant to actually load... I meant to change skills, too, because I'm learning that if the bird stands in water, I can shock it for really good damage, and that's what they want you to do. So I should just reload, I think. Or I don't know. Might be faster. Yeah, I think it's faster to get the... And then I'll get the archer involved, too, because that'll be steady damage the whole fight. But first... I'm gonna switch out the ice ability for lightning because like the ice is not helping us. Equip skills without camping. I want high Levin where Frigor is too. There. And then what else? Instead of Empyrean, what's Empyrean do again? It's like conjures an orb that deals immediate damage, nearby triggers an ult to the attack concludes. So this is a good like sort of damage over time spell, but I think the fire boom. Oh no, wait, no, no. I think this is actually okay, but I didn't realize how kind of worthless the light spell is for a single target, kind of. So I'll mostly just shock and fall and die. Fall and die. So badly goddamn clunkily designed. Okay, works for me. Load from last save. So clunky ass game.
Alldayerrydaybaby, he is the real deal. I mean, it just reminds you a little bit of the energy and our possibilities, what Lincoln would call the better angels of our nature. You know, I started the Zoom Q&A with him saying, "I'm the good Ken," right? Because his opponent is a really shady character.
Didn't you draw some comparisons between Obama and Lincoln?
Well, no, I think that comparisons were obvious. I've tried to avoid that as he has tried to avoid it, sort of. Because you'll have to remember he made his announcement of running for president in January or February in 2007 on the, I think February, on the steps of the Illinois State House in Springfield, right? Which is where Abraham Lincoln's political campaign. You know, FDR has got some pretty great words, and John F. Kennedy, we know a few of those things.
Let's get the other pawn involved.
Maybe Ronald.
It's like boss after boss after boss after boss. It's okay. We're gonna get this pawn involved. This time it's a tank, and a tank is good. We really need a tank on this fight. So the bird's been walking through the water, I think. Yeah, and so oh, look, they're already fighting it. That's good. That's good. Look, there's somebody already fighting it. Yeah, that really hurts him. Except, oh, he did not like that. I'm out. Instant out. Why did I die the second I fucking, like, started the fight? I just did a 15-minute fight and he didn't one-shot me, but you decided to one-shot me off the fucking bat? I don't know.
Ronald Reagan.
This got annoying to me and I'm gonna get off it. I like
What is going on, guys? Welcome
I
back.
don't know what Tallarico had to do with this conversation, and the minute that you brought him in, I think it kind of speaks to your... What's going on? What's going on? Oh, okay. Going faster. I don't think I got the loot when I killed it last time either, and that matters. This is going faster. I don't know if I can do this fight. It like something bad. Well, I did do the fight. I've done this fight already. I don't know who he was fighting originally, but they died, I guess.
Back to yet another GTA 6 video. Obviously, right now, there's a lot of
I'm not interested in GTA 6 anymore. I can't believe I want to play
GTA 6.
This has been happening lately. got the archer in now. That's good. He's doing damage. I like this game. I like how epic the battles feel. It's too long. Don't kill me. Oh god, no. No. Keep down second best. So annoying. No, don't kill me. Something really hurting. Oh, nice. The warrior's really hurting me. Lose here. Run. Okay, shields. I got it up in time. Gotta get out of this. I need the tank up so I can get her up. I think I can do it. Okay, got the tank up. Gotta get her to send me in the tank. She carried Lady to me, which is good over the rest. Yep. Thank you. Ah, where was it? Get out of it. Get out of it. so low. I gotta get the tank up. Please don't one-shot me at the end. He's dead. We're gonna get him. Fuck you. Die. Kill him. No, he's got one more health bar. So we'll get him. Damn it, he distracted me, that son of a bitch. Get up. No. Where is he? Don't kill me. No, right at the end. It was a 40-minute fight. And you kill me at the end, you piece of shit. Fucking terrible ass developer. Come on, man. I already beat this once and you didn't save. You don't think you might need to auto-save after a boss death? Fucking stupid piece of shit developers. Fucking failures and your fucking personal problems. If that guy hurts him really bad, if we can keep him in it, it might actually be good. If that guy hurts him really bad, maybe we can just use him. Yeah, that guy hurts him really, really bad. Maybe we can just use him. alive, I think we could easily beat this boss. He was the right kind of pawn we needed. Oh, no, this might be tough. Don't die, pawn, I'll heal you. Wait, you could just keep casting it? I didn't know you could do that. Fun to me for some reason. Those 40 minutes of fun, whatever. Spamming the lightning. I don't know how I didn't know that. No. Did I lose that other pawn I might have? I think I did. I lost that other pawn, and this is going to be way slower now. This sucks. I don't see his body. How did we lose the other pawn? Like there was a big alpha that I couldn't do or nothing. This isn't good. I'm out. Nice. What a waste of time. Ugh. I don't want to fight this boss for hours. I can't stand bosses like this. I don't understand the piece of shit developers' desire to do this to people. I don't really get it. Why is it taking 40 fucking minutes? It's stupid. Even in hard mode. Let's leave. One day, Griffin. One day. I love my kitty. Dinner time soon, kitty. Oh, it's another goddamn boss. we got him. Save. We got that guy. The death doesn't feel that bad. Nice. I like this game more and more the more I play it. It's a hard game to main. Okay, we finally killed the boss and made it like worth it to even play the game. Freakish Mane and Gimbal Gyre. No idea what that is. Freakish Mane. Maybe it's actually a must just be items, I don't know. Oh, Gimbal Gyre, magical bow. Okay. That's cool. So I got a bow out of that. So if I ever go like archer. Archer might be really fun in this. I'm like a mage though, it is fun. What's all this then? Sometimes the frames are really good and then they're not. Nice, level 18, not bad. Location rank up, nice. I'm 3, 6, 7, I'm like level 7 mage. That's good. Save. System, save, continue.
Information going around, but I just came across something about an...
I don't care about this. I think I'm going to get off the GTA 6 treadmill. I thought it was going to be a really big game for me, but I don't like how they managed it. And I think they mismanaged it, so I'm going to say not interested. Adoption tourism in Utah. For-profit adoptions and misconduct allegations. Oh no. Adoption tourism. I don't want Luke Stevens anymore.
Jeffrey Epstein is dead. He's in a pack. He's never coming back, and that's that. And we're all happy about that. But a lot of Jeffrey Epstein's buddies are still out here walking around the earth for now. And one of those people who has a lot of questions to answer, we're still waiting for some answers on those questions, is Bill Gates. Bill, what were you doing with Jeffrey Epstein? That's your man's, right? That's your boy you be hanging with. What on earth was going on with you and Jeffrey Epstein? You was hanging out, right? You said you never went to the island, right? You all up in the emails. Well, finally, we have actually got an update. Bill Gates has apparently been forced to testify in Congress about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And we're finally getting some tidbits, some nuggets of information about what Bill Gates has apparently received in this behind closed doors pressing. And I'm not going to lie to you, I'm all here for it. So let's look in to some of this testimony transcript. I'd love to have seen Bill Gates' smug little face while he was getting questioned about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. But here's the latest, okay? He apparently told Congress that Epstein made veiled threats to expose his affairs. And basically, Bill Gates has been forced to do the B-Rabbit and 8 Mile move and basically name all the people that he had been having affairs with that destroyed his marriage so that he could try and get ahead of this. But listen to this, and I'll then remind you of Bill Gates' sordid connections to one Jeffrey Epstein.
We turn now to newly released testimony from Bill Gates on his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. The billionaire spoke behind closed doors to lawmakers earlier this month. He says he was never aware of Epstein's crimes. Caitlin Huey-Burns is on Capitol Hill. So, Caitlin, Gates claims Epstein made veiled threats against him?
Yeah, that's right, Matt. Good morning to you. Well, in this nearly 6 hours of that closed-door testimony, Gates told Congress that Epstein seemed to threaten to use parts of Gates' own messy past against him.
Photos of Microsoft mogul Bill Gates with unidentified women appear in the Epstein files. Now, 2 weeks after Gates testified to Congress about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
I hope my testimony is helpful to the important work of the committee to find justice for the victims.
A newly released transcript reveals Gates told lawmakers, "I should have never met with Epstein in the first place." He testified the pair met in 2011, which is 3 years after Epstein had pleaded guilty to soliciting prostitution. Gates said he had been aware Epstein had a criminal conviction of a sexual nature, but never dug into the specifics, although I probably should have.
Maybe Bill Gates will be arrested for child sex and murder, or maybe Trump will be arrested for child sex and murder, and maybe the right-wing party will fall, and maybe all the things that I think should happen will happen. We don't know what's going to happen yet. We don't know what's going to happen yet. A lot more fun than I thought it would be. I'm so glad I bought it for $30. It's a good deal. I like your game. Well, there's. Oh, look, we have ooze. Looks cool. We were trying to get back north to the camp, but I kind of like strayed. Did I loot all this? No. Height is bad in this game, and I keep getting tempted to like get up and jump off things. I hate the run speed. I wonder if it gets better as you like get through the game. Oh, this is where he fell? Oh yeah, he fell down, he fell down the bridge or whatever? Or no, I don't know. Like, what the hell is this? I guess this must be him. He fell, yeah, he fell and his body, like, rolled or something. This is where he fell to? Huh. Okay, almost to the camp. We got quite a lot of RPG work here done. I like that the game's not easy. It's, like, especially on hard mode, it's actually a good game. Where's the chest at? You say there's a chest up there? You say there's a chest, but I don't see it. Supposedly down there. I don't know. That'll kill me though. Yay! I killed the boss and I killed two bosses. No, wait. We didn't kill the bird, huh? We didn't kill the bird, did we? Oh, no, we didn't. I don't want a half-an-hour battle where he just one-shots me when I'm like at 5% from killing him. We'll just come back later. Some of these big bosses you can take, some of them